Hi, Graham. We've fixed the issue now, so we're good to resume the hearing.
Okay. So everybody is back. All parties are back in the room. Ms. Bates, can you confirm that we have all parties back?
Yep, it doesn't look like anyone left, so.
Oh, okay, good. All right, then just to confirm, the board did deliberate on the preliminary matter. We discussed it, and we've decided that we will hear the full appeal on its own merits. And the scope of our authority, we will deal with in our decision as it relates to the matters put forward by Ms. McFarland. So with that in mind, I have another item I'd like to make sure we put on the record, and that's that I would like to confirm that consent for this proceeding to be conducted outside of the 15-day requirement has been received by staff from the parties. So with that in mind, then I think we're okay to proceed. The hearing outline, the hearing process is, as I would suggest this evening, will be as follows. First of all, administration is going to make a presentation. Then the appellant will speak in favor of the appeal, followed by others, if there are others that want to speak in favor of the appeal. Then those speaking in opposition to the appeal, and any correspondence in opposition to the appeal. Lastly, if there are others that wish to speak to the matter that take neither position, we would hear those at that time. And at any time, the board may ask for clarification by any of the persons speaking to the appeal. The board may then ask for a short recess if necessary. And then to close, the administration will be asked if they wish to provide any clarification or closing remarks, followed by clarification or closing remarks from the appellant. And then the board would close the public portion of the hearing and go in camera and review all of the information provided, and then render a decision within the 15-day requirement. The purpose of the hearing is for the appellant and affected parties to provide the board with information to the appeal, and the board must base its decision on planning merits. As outlined a moment ago, affected persons will be given the opportunity to speak. Please ensure that all comments are directed to the board. Also, we would ask that all comments be of proper decorum and be succinct. If another person has already made the point, simply state that you agree with that point and move on. If any person presenting is referring to a written document, including a map, photographs, or report, a copy of those documents must be left with the clerk if the clerk doesn't already have them. Does the appellant have any concerns with the process as outlined? Mr. Schultz.
No, Chairman Locke, no objections at all.
Okay. Does the applicant have any concerns with the process as outlined, Ms. McFarland?
No concerns, thank you.
Thank you. I would then ask the development officer to make their presentation with respect to the appeal at this time. Mr. Weldon, I think that's you.
Yes, it is, Mr. Chair. Again, please just give me one moment. I will get my presentation prepared. Okay. I will just ask for confirmation that the board and everyone can see my screen at the moment.
Yes, we can see you, not your screen.
Oh,
I can see your screen, Riley.
I can see the screen too.
okay.
Let me go up and see if I can get there. I don't see the screen yet. Why would that be?
Do you have it open in another window, Graham?
I'm not seeing another window anywhere.
Maybe if you could unshare and share again, Riley.
Sure. Yeah. Just give me one moment then, please. Okay, so I've stopped sharing. I will now try again here. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I have reshared my screen. Can I just asking for confirmation again, please?
I can see that.
Isn't that interesting? I cannot. Perhaps I should leave and come back in.
Sure, can try that.
Okay, I'm back.
Can you see it?
Nope, I cannot. I don't know why. Oh, yes, I could. Now I've got it. There it is. It popped up. Thank you.
Got her. Okay. Great. So, Mr. Chair, if everyone's okay, I'll start my presentation.
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. So good after board members. I'm here to present to you PL 2022-0090, which is a development permit application for a visitor accommodation at 706 10th Street. And this is for your consideration for the appeal here this afternoon. I am just going to start with a quick overview of the application history and context. As mentioned earlier, this is the second visitor accommodation application for this property, the first being brought to the SDAB last year. That was application PL 2021-0215. It was also a 10-unit visitor accommodation application that required variances, including variances to building height, front yard setback, building entrance, and it was deemed for the loading stall as well. The Canmore Planning Commission approved the application, and the application was appealed to the SDAB, which upheld the appeal, ultimately refusing the application. In the spring of this year, development permit PL 2022-0090 was applied for. The application is for a 10-unit visitor accommodation with the removal of the variances. So the variance for the height, the deck projection, as well as the entry feature were removed, and the loading stall, which I will speak to here shortly. I'll start with the site location, the context of the subject parcel, which is located at 706 10th Street in the town center, which is downtown Canmore. The site is located on the north 700 block of 10th Street between 6th Avenue and 7th Avenue. 10th Street is directly south of the parcel, while Mallard Alley is located to the north. This is just another view, aerial view, looking south. As you can see, the subject site is outlined with Mallard Alley being to the bottom of the site and 10th Street to the top of the screen rather. Yeah. This is a street view from 10th Street looking directly at the property. The property is currently developed as a detached dwelling. This is a view along Mallard Alley. This is looking west, and the subject property is off to the left-hand side of the screen. The proposed development is for a visitor accommodation with 10 units. This is a rendering of the building looking north from 10th Street. This is a map showing the land use districts of the subject site and surrounding parcels. The subject site is located within the town center district, and visitor accommodation is listed as a permitted use within this district. The properties fronting onto 10th Street are also designated Town Center District. The properties to the north along Mallard Alley across from the subject site are designated R2, which is Residential Low Density District, as well as DC 23 or Direct Control District, DC 23, which is Mallard Alley Guest House Direct Control. This is a snippet of the Town Center District that includes the purpose of the district along with the list of permitted uses. Now, I'm gonna take a minute to speak to land use as it is important to understand how land use is determined and applied to a property and what is being listed as a permitted use and what a permitted use means. This is an important component of the application as it sets the foundation for the development permit process and review. So what is land use? Land use is exactly what the term states. It is how land is used. It is the activities, happenings, or actions that occur on a property or a area of land. You're probably familiar with the broad land use categories such as residential for residential purposes or residential use, commercial uses, industrial, institutional, and so on. So it's how land is used. It's exactly as it says. Now, who determines land use and how is it applied within the town? Land use is determined exclusively by town council. Council is the only authority that can determine land use within a municipality. This occurs through a two-part publicly open land use bylaw adoption or amendment process. The first is the establishment of land use districts and the land uses that are listed within these districts. The second is the application of a land use district on a property. This is also known as land use designation, or it's also sometimes referred to as zoning. You're probably more familiar with the term zoning. It's also called land use designation, however. Land use districts are created, reviewed, considered, and then ultimately adopted by council. And this is done through a formal bylaw adoption process. This process is open to the public and public participation is through a public hearing. So what this means is that council approves every land use district, including the land uses within each of these districts themselves. Secondly, council decides what land use districts are applied on properties. Every property within a municipality has a land use district applied to it. This is referred to again as land use designation or zoning, and designating a property to a specific land use district. When making this decision, council considers the listed uses within that district and determines at that time if the district is appropriate in the context of the site and surrounding neighborhood. By approving a land use district on a property, council has decided that that district and the listed uses are appropriate for development on that site. Now, permitted uses and discretionary uses. Within each land use district, there are two categories of uses: permitted uses and discretionary uses. A permitted use is considered 100% suitable and appropriate for consideration of development on a site. Meanwhile, a discretionary use may be considered for development, but there's something about that use that requires some additional review to ensure that it is appropriate for development within the context of that site and the surrounding area. So there's two land use categories. Listing a use as a permitted use provides certainty that a property can be developed for that purpose because it has already been determined to be acceptable by council. Discretionary uses do not provide that certainty, however, and it allows it does allow for it to be considered within the area, but it needs that additional scrutiny. Permitted uses are intentionally included in a district. The inclusion of a use as a permitted use in a district means that that use has been determined to be appropriate and acceptable. This includes all aspects that are inherent and fundamental to that use, including the operations and activities and the associated effects and impacts that are generated by these operations and activities. Permitted uses are anticipated and expected to be developed on properties with that land use designation or zoning. The only way to change a property's designation or zoning or the land uses within that specific district is through formal bylaw amendment process. And that again is through council and adoption of that bylaw. In the context of this application, the visitor accommodation is listed as a permitted use in the town center district. The town center district has been applied to the subject property, and as such, visitor accommodation has been reviewed by council through that process and has been considered to be appropriate and suitable for development on this site. This includes those aspects fundamental and inherent to the visitor accommodation activity and operations. Because of this, the appropriateness of developing a visitor accommodation use on this site has already been determined. It is not up for debate and it cannot be changed only by council. It is fundamental to the site, as are all of the other listed permitted use in this district. Only town council has the authority to change the land use within a district and on a property, and considers a land use, or to consider a land use that is perhaps unsuitable. The development authority cannot make this change or assume that a permitted use is not suitable for the site. Now, I'm going to pause here for a second because I'd like to provide the opportunity to the board to ask any questions or have any anything clarified of what I've just said here. So maybe I'll just put it back to the chair to see if there's any specific questions about the land use, the application of a land use district, and perhaps a permitted or a discretionary use.
Mr. Bell, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Scott?
No question.
No. Thank you, Mr. Weldon. Please proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so on the screen in front of you is the site plan of the subject site. So the proposed visitor accommodation consists of 10 units within 2 3-story buildings. The site plan shows the configuration of the development on the ground floor. One building is located at the rear of the site next to Mallard Alley, and the other is located at the front next to 10th Street. The front building faces 10th Street and includes two units on the main floor. These units have pedestrian access off of 10th Street, as well as internally from the rear of the building. And when I mean building, I'm just going to bring my laser pointer here. When I mean rear of the building, I mean rear of the front building. So this is the front building onto 10th Street. This is the side access off of 10th Street, off of the sidewalk. This is the pedestrian access to the rear of the building. And there's access to each of those units internally from here. There's also access to each of these units directly from the sidewalk into each of the units here. The second building includes a vehicle parking area with 7 parking stalls on the ground floor, as well as a waste and recycling storage. So what's highlighted here is the waste and recycling storage area. and the parking area within the site. So there's 7 stalls here, there's 2 here and 5 here. That's located in the parking structure, which is part of the the north building. And then you have 3 surface parking stalls here that is accessed directly from Mallard Alley. There's 1, 2, and 3. And then also that's highlighted here is a bicycle storage area. And the bicycle storage area is located centrally, and it contains short-term bicycle parking, which is 4 stalls, and an enclosed long-term bicycle parking space that accommodates or will accommodate a minimum of 4 stalls. This is a building section that cuts the buildings in half from north to south. 10th Street is on the right of your screen and Mallard Alley is on the left of your screen. This illustrates the unit and space allocation within the 2 buildings. There are 6 units within the south building and 4 units, so that's the 6 units here, and 4 units within the north building. The space between the 2 buildings consists of a stairwell and platforms, which will lead to each of the units within each of the buildings. So a number of concerns were outlined by the appellants related to the application. I've generally listed these here. These are the parking and loading stall requirements, the impacts on the abutting residential district, the traffic increase and the concerns with the traffic increase on Mallard Alley, the lack of on-site management for the visitor accommodation use, and that the proposed building or buildings are not a mixed-use development with ground floor commercial uses such as retail. So I'm going to go through each of these concerns individually. So firstly, parking and loading stall. The parking requirements for visitor accommodation are 1 automobile parking stall per unit. These are maximum and minimum standards. 10 stalls are provided and conforms to the requirement. It's 1 stall per unit. Bicycle parking includes 2 short-term and 3 long-term stalls. This has also been provided. There was a concern raised about the adequacy of the visitor accommodation parking. However, the 1 stall per unit has been determined as the standard for visitor accommodation, and this is regardless of the number of bedrooms within each unit. And since this is a permitted use, there is no ability for the development authority to require more stalls than what is required by the bylaw. This standard can only be changed through a land use bylaw amendment, as mentioned earlier. This is also the circumstance for the listed standards within the land use bylaw. Section 2.7.3.1 of the land use bylaw requires new non-residential developments to provide a loading stall unless loading can reasonably take place without a dedicated stall on site. No loading stall has been proposed on site, and the applicant alternatively has proposed to utilize existing on-site parking stalls to facilitate staff such as cleaning and maintenance workers who will be coming to the site. And this will be facilitated in the following manner. Scheduled check-in and check-out times for guests staying at each unit will be managed to ensure there is no overlap in parking demand between the workers coming to the site and the guests. Workers will utilize the on-site parking stalls between when guests depart and new guests arrive, resulting in a stall being available for either the guests when they arrive or the workers between when the guests arrive and leave. This application is exclusively for the overnight accommodation of guests and does not include other amenities that could also be included as part of the visitor accommodation use. These amenities can include pools, it can include retail sales, it can include restaurants, it includes drinking establishments such as bars. As a result, the proposed development will not experience the frequent deliveries or for loading and unloading of goods that other commercial businesses, such as retail and eating and drinking establishments, or even the other visitor accommodations that may include these types of amenities may require. If these deliveries do occur, it is reasonable to expect this parking demand to be managed in the same manner as with the worker parking mentioned previously, or through on-street parking. This approach also provides an efficient use of the parking stalls and land on site. Many existing businesses in the downtown area do not have a dedicated on-site loading stall, and the scale of development proposed is not expected to require large or frequent deliveries as mentioned before. The Development Authority was satisfied loading can reasonably take place without a dedicated on-site stall through low loading demand and on-site parking management as suggested. And as a result, section 2.7.3.1 was considered met. Now, no variance was required due to the Development Authority discretion being integrated within this section. So this section allowed for discretion to be exercised that was integrated directly into the regulation itself. The regulation, if the regulation had said that one loading stall was required and it wasn't required, then a variance would be required if it wasn't required. But because the wording of the regulation allowed for consideration for loading stalls to not be included in a development, provided the Development Authority was satisfied, a variance was not required. A condition specifying the compliance with this approach, as suggested by the applicant, was added to the Schedule A conditions of approval. Next is the minimizing impact on abutting residential. And this is specifically for section 4.1.5.9 of the Town Center District. So this provides direction related to designing developments to minimize impact of specific elements on the residential environment. Prior to looking at each of these elements, it's important to take a minute here to discuss the visitor accommodation use, including the typical operations and the inherent effects and impacts of that use. Visitor accommodation is defined as follows. It means a building or group of buildings not intended for residential use where sleeping facilities are provided for persons for periods of up to 30 days and which may also contain a variety of services and amenities for the benefits of guests. So what is fundamental to this operation? The visitor accommodation use facilitates the arrival, short-term stay, and departure of persons or guests at this site. When analyzing this use, you must consider the inherent effects or the impacts of this operation, since it is a permitted use. These include traffic generation of guests arriving and departing the site, including increase. This will also include an increase in traffic and the associated noise of vehicles as they come and as they leave the site. It also includes guests staying within the units themselves. This also includes the associated noise that would be generated from guests staying within the units. And there's also the potential for increased pedestrian and bicycle activities and associated noise generated from these activities. And this is when people stay, they may bring their bicycles, they may go for a bike ride, they may walk around the downtown. And yeah, there's the effects of those types of activities as well. So it's important to understand that these effects are inherent to the visitor accommodation use. This means that they are naturally occurring impacts of the visitor accommodation development and operation itself. I'd like to emphasize that these impacts are considered acceptable due to the inclusion of this use as a permitted use within the TC district. And as I mentioned earlier, this deeming of acceptability happened by including visitor accommodation as a use within the town center district, as a permitted use, excuse me. and then the application of that use or of that district, excuse me, on this property. In consideration of these impacts and effects that are inherent to the visitor accommodation use, this analysis also includes anticipating impacts beyond those that are generated by the development and the accepted standards established within the land use bylaw. So in other words, what additional impacts are anticipated beyond those inherent to the permitted use and determined to be acceptable based on the established standards. So the established standards being height, setbacks, parking, and so on. So this section that you see on your screen provides direction related to designing development to minimize impacts of specific elements on the residential environment. So I'll go through those here. So the first is parking. So in terms of the impacts of the parking, the land use bylaw parking standards, which were mentioned earlier, have been met. So that is the standard. 3 stalls are proposed to be accessed off of Mallard Alley specifically, which conforms with the number specified as acceptable in this section as well. Loading, I did speak to loading earlier. So loading, including the workers coming to the site, can reasonably be accommodated by managing the on-site parking and through the on-street parking, excuse me, as proposed by the applicant. In terms of garbage storage is located within the parking structure itself and is screened from Mallard Alley. Sun and shadow effects, the building and eave-line height, as well as the building setbacks, meet the regulations of the land use bylaw. Lighting, this too meets the regulations of the land use bylaw and also includes the cutoff external light fixtures as required. Noise. Now, noise is not anticipated to be over that is fundamental to the visitor accommodation use. So what does that mean? Over that would be inherent to the use for the guests coming and going and staying at the site. Now, it's important to understand that the Development Authority cannot assume that the use and the guests coming to the site will generate noise over that is expected through the general operations or those that the noise that has been established over the standard that has been established in our noise bylaw as well. The hours of operation, the 24-hour business hours of operation is fundamental to the visitor accommodation use and cannot be adjusted. The visitor accommodation accommodates overnight accommodation, and that is inherent 24 hours. The mechanical equipment is located indoors, and the additional frontage for the purpose of architectural design and materials, the facade design and materials are of high quality and meet the design requirements. The land use bylaw does not contain any limitations or operational requirements for visitor accommodation developments, such as the hours of operation and days of the week. And as a permitted use within the TC district, it is not possible to impose such requirements through the development process. However, if the visitor accommodation was listed as a discretionary use, other than a permitted use, the Development Authority would then have the ability and greater latitude to impose additional measures. So just further here, so section 4.1.5.1 and 11.4.1.6 were included in the notice of appeal. These include the developments within the district shall comply with the regulations of section 11, which are the community and architectural design standards. And section 11.4.1.6 specifically states that commercial developments adjacent to residential districts must be designed and intensively landscaped to mitigate their impact on residential properties to the satisfaction of the Development Authority. The site was designed to mitigate impacts on the adjacent residential district as follows. The building setback is 5.6 meters from the rear property line. parking was designed within a covered structure, and the number of stalls accessed directly from the rear or from Mallard Alley are within the specified limit as through section 4.1.5.9. Unit access is provided internal to the site with pedestrian and bicycle access from 10th Street. The garbage enclosure is located within the covered parking structure and is screened from Mallard Alley. The mechanical equipment is enclosed within the building. Bicycle parking, again, is internal to the site. And no landscaping is specifically required in the town center district itself. Landscaping is provided or has been provided along 10th Street within the yard area as well as the boulevard. The rear balconies, which face Mallard Alley, are small and recessed from the rear building face. The on-site lighting was provided to minimize impact at the rear of the site, including cutoff fixtures, and no lighting within the roof soffit itself. The section specified earlier state that the site must be designed and intensively landscaped to mitigate their impact on the residential properties to the satisfaction of the Development Authority. Again, the town center district does not require minimum landscaped area. However, landscaping was provided at the front of the site. The Development Authority was satisfied the proposed site design does mitigate the impact on the proposed visitor accommodation development on the adjacent residential district, and no additional landscaping above what was provided on the site was required, and therefore it was considered to be met. Another concern was the development would generate or increase traffic on Mallard Alley, and this would create a safety concern since the Mallard Alley is narrow and currently does not have a sidewalk. The development proposes 10 visitor accommodation units with access to the site off of Mallard Alley. The land use bylaw does direct parking to be located behind buildings or underground, or wherever possible, access to service and loading areas should be from the rear of the building or an alley. The traffic generated by this development is anticipated to be accommodated within the capacity of the roadway. The town's transportation engineer is here to answer any of the transportation related questions that you may have as well. Another concern that was raised was the lack of on-site management to control noise, parking, or garbage. There are no requirements in the land use bylaw for on-site management via a front desk, so there's no ability to require this of the applicant. No parking is allowed on Mallard Alley, and the Development Authority cannot assume the proposed development will cause illegal parking along this roadway. Similarly, with regards to noise and garbage generation, the Development Authority cannot assume guests utilizing the visitor accommodation services will generate noise over the established levels per the Town of Canmore noise bylaw, or result in garbage or litter within the site or area. We can only assume the users of this development will abide by the community standards set by the town. Now, if it's found that this is to the contrary, and there is concerns about garbage or noise or illegally parked vehicles along Mallard Alley, those matters can be reported to and followed up by the town's bylaw services department. Another concern raised was regarding the intent of the visitor accommodation in the downtown district itself, and that visitor accommodation is not intended to be a 100% use on the property. The ground floor of the development must be commercial or retail, and visitor accommodation is intended only to be on the third floor of a building. Now this is not correct. Unless otherwise stated in the land use bylaw or the town center district itself, each use listed in the district can be developed as a standalone use. So what this means is that it can be developed exclusively for that purpose, for that use. Section 4.1.4.1 requires apartment buildings to feature a ground floor commercial use with dwelling units located above. However, there is no requirement for visitor accommodation to include a retail or other commercial component on the ground floor. It is also important to acknowledge that the visitor accommodation itself is considered a commercial use. The figure on your screen is meant to show the building setback requirement relative to the facing street. Only the front yard setback regulation refers to this figure in the town center district. It shows a hypothetical mixed-use building and does not constitute a requirement for a mixed-use building in the town center district. The recommendation to the board this afternoon is that the board approve development permit application PL 2022-0090, subject to the conditions of approval provided in Schedule A that was part of your package. That does conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Weldon. Any questions, Mr. Hall? Mr. Bell, I'm sorry.
I do have a question, and I don't know whether this is best for the town's traffic engineer, but I'll pose it first. Mr. Weldon. So the appellants have raised safety and traffic congestion concerns, as you've acknowledged in your presentation. And some of the concerns are the two-way traffic on Mallard Avenue, the lack of sidewalks. And one of the submissions in support of the appeal was that Development Authority and I guess now the SDAB take a look at what was done on 9th Street. And some diagrams were included with and photographs with the submission, which included one-way street and a type of sidewalk and barriers. And so I'm just wondering, and partly for my broader understanding and considering this appeal, how the planning department looks at mitigation at all with these types of concerns that residents are raising.
Sure. Through the chair. Sorry, Claire, just 1 second. I am going to pass it over to you, Claire, but just give me 1 second. So through the chair to Mr. Bell. Yeah, thank you for that question. The planning department and the development authority and the development officer will look at the application relative to the standards of the land use bylaw. And so how that relates to the traffic implications and the generation of traffic, that then transfers over to our town transportation department to determine if the traffic generation from the development as a result of the development permit and the development permit application is within the standards of that road. And so with that, I'll maybe pause here and pass it over to Claire to further explain that.
Sure, thank you, Riley, and through the chair to Mr. Bell. That's correct. When we receive development permit applications, typically the process for requiring further traffic study for that would be to look at the anticipated amount of traffic that's going to be generated. So the town's threshold, which is the same as the city of Calgary's, would be to, as a minimum requirement, would anticipate 100-person trips within the peak hour for a development to provide a study to say, here's what we anticipate the impacts to be. Here are some ways, if there are any anticipated issues, that some of those could be mitigated. You did raise that there are some concerns that have been received through the appellant's packages, and there have been some conversations had in the past as well with community members who live along Mallard Alley about what the alley looks like, if there are some opportunities for traffic coming there. And the town does have an accessibility, safety, and traffic calming capital program where we receive requests from residents throughout town. We look at those requests year by year and prioritize based on what capital funding we have available, if we're able to add traffic calming measures and so on. So this is a location that we're aware of in terms of the concerns that have been raised. But as it ties back to this development, it was deemed to be not a level of impact anticipated by the 10 parking stalls and 10 units proposed in this development to require changes to Mallard Alley.
Okay, thank you very much for the explanation.
Anything further, Mr. Bell?
Nothing further. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Scott.
I guess a follow-up question. We know that in other areas of town, I guess TP town for one, the town has now required developers to actually put in sidewalks, curb, and boulevards as part of their development. And the reason for that, of course, is that the anticipation of additional developments in those areas. So taking that particular situation, let's take a look at here, Mallard Avenue. I think that if we look at it, there's probably at least besides this, probably 5, maybe 6 lots that over the next number of years are going to be developed, and most likely similar developments to this. My question is, has the town thought about requiring a development like this to put an actual sidewalk along the south side of Mallard Avenue against the development? Build a sidewalk, even if it's only for one section, and then over time it's going to go all the way along, and then that gives you the same type of thing you have over by the over by the town office. Any comment?
Sure. Through the chair to Mr. Scott, I think, Claire, I might call on you again here. I do understand that the town perhaps does have some plans for Mallard Alley. So what we would be talking about here is about a timing piece. Your TP Town example is a good example. And I believe that that is relative to the town's timing of improvements within TP Town as well. But Claire, maybe I'll pass it over to you.
Thanks, Riley, and through the chair to Mr. Scott. So the Municipal Government Act does require developers to connect from their properties to the adjacent pedestrian network. In this case, that is achieved through the connections that Riley had highlighted over to 10th Street. As mentioned, we are looking, and it is on our list of locations where we get requests around town for how improvements could be made along Mallard Alley. It is classified as a local roadway, although it doesn't have the typical cross section that you'll see when you look in our engineering, design, and construction guidelines, given that it's a narrower right of way than you see on most local roadways. So in this case, we feel that that requirement has been met as per the MGA.
Anything further, Mr. Scott?
No, not at this time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Weldon, the only other question I had related to somewhat the traffic study, and maybe others can answer as well, but it's not during the life of the project, but during the construction of the project, when a street the size of Mallard Alley would have faced with huge cement trucks and so on driving up and down. How is that going to be addressed and managed so that the residents of Mallard Alley aren't going to be affected?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's a great question. The town requires construction management plans as part of any building permit application. And so when the construction of the site is ready to begin, A construction management plan will be submitted to the town and then ultimately approved. I might ask Mr. Kinsey, this is facilitated through our engineering department. Mr. Kinsey is quite familiar with that process as well as our standards. So I think I'll pass it over to Mr. Kinsey.
Yeah, specifically as it relates to the narrowness and restricted nature of Mallard Alley. That's the question, not just generally throughout the town.
Sure.
Yeah, certainly. So as Mr. Riley as Mr. Weldon has mentioned, construction management plan is required to be submitted and approved by the town prior to commencement of construction. Depending on the location, the nature of the development, this may or may not include a traffic accommodation plan. Considering the sensitivity of this location, in all likelihood, we would require traffic accommodation plan, and that is something which would spell out how pedestrian and vehicular traffic is maintained through construction and through the various stages of construction as it evolves. And of course, we would visit the site from time to time to ensure compliance with the traffic accommodation plan and receive complaints, if any, from the public and investigate those.
Given the nature of Mallard Alley and its restrictiveness, what would you be looking for in such a plan?
Some of the things we'd be looking for would be identification of parking for trades, for example, where they intend to have trades parking, how they would handle deliveries, concrete trucks, and storage of materials.
And would you have input into that, or do you have standards to which you would expect them to be adhered to?
It's dependent on the site, but generally the majority of the activities need to be restricted to private property. In some cases, in the past, we can make municipal right-of-way available to developers. For example, if paid parking stalls are dedicated to the developer for a portion of the time, there is a fee applied to the use of that municipal right-of-way.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kinsey. That's helpful. And at this time, I think we are going to go over to the appellant now, Mr. Schultz, to make their presentation with respect to their appeal. Mr. Schultz.
Thank you, Chairman Locke. Again, I appreciate this opportunity to speak to the board. And I want to take this opportunity to thank them for their public service to our community. It has been already stated, and I want to thank the town developer for acknowledging that this is a reprise of an initial development that was proposed back in 21 and denied by the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board on its merits. And we would argue that the merits have not changed one iota outside of the fact that the variances have been removed. I'm a little confused by the Planning Department staff report where they quote land use section 11.4.1.6. Commercial developments adjacent to residential districts must be designed and intensely landscaped to mitigate the impact on residential properties, unquote. And then they go on to say landscaping was not provided at the rear of the site. In their position statement, planning states the development authority was satisfied the proposed site design mitigates the impact on the proposed visitor accommodation development on the adjacent residential district, and no additional landscaping above that provided. Well, there is none provided. So I'm not sure how they could even make that statement. Additionally, the planning department's comment, the rear balconies are small and recessed from the rear building face, implies that they will not have an impact on the adjacent residential neighborhood. We just vehemently disagree. The short-term nature of this accommodation is going to attract groups of individuals who will use the location to party. The balconies will be an attractive option for them to use, particularly in the summer months. And this is going to have a significant impact on our residences to our use and enjoyment with result of produced noise. Now, planning also sits back and suggests that if there is that concern, as they've said with parking in the alley and garbage spread around the alley and noise, that our recourse is to bylaw. Now, I would suggest to anyone who's lived here in Canmore for any length of time, they realize that bylaw ceases operations at 5:30 in the afternoon. Who do we turn to at 10 o'clock at night? And it's certainly not the RCMP. We've contacted the local detachment of the RCMP some time ago to discuss this issue, and we're advised that the RCMP in town have noise complaints about the same level of concern and priority as losing a dog. So we have any kind of recourse with regards to noise is left up entirely to us. We have no defense. We have no support with regards to this, but the town planner sits back and says, noise, none anticipated over that which is fundamental to the use of accommodation, i.e. guests coming and going and staying on the site. Well, it's just not, it's not effective planning from our purview to say, it really what it boils down to, sir, is that if noise is generated, live with it. You're going to just have to put up with it. The planning is issued in the conditions of approval that to have the development permit released, that the conditions that are being applied to the developer are not going to be subsequently applied to the owners of the 10 units in the development, because the developer is going to build this unit, sell the units, and bolt. We'll nowhere on site, will nowhere to be seen will be the developer. Now the residents are now dealing with 10 new individual owners to themselves are not living in the development. We have a situation here where the planning says the developer shall manage on-site parking to ensure the use of the on-site parking stalls by employees or the purpose of loading does not at any time result in a situation where parking is not available. Well, who's on site to manage this? There isn't anybody. Now, sure, the land use bylaw does not require on-site management, but I would suggest that neither did the land use bylaw envision visitor accommodation to this intensity. We have 2 visitor accommodation units immediately adjacent to us on the 3rd floor of the building. That what was envisioned, not 10. And what we're facing here in the alley is the impact of unintended consequences. Yes, visitor accommodation is allowed. We've always acknowledged that, but not to the intensity that is being proposed for 706 10th Street. When we go on to say the developers or the planner made mention that parking, 1 stall, 1 unit, and does not take under account how many bedrooms are comprised within those units. This again is a failing within the land use bylaw. It's a matter of an unintended consequences. We are looking at a situation, 10 suites, 27 bedrooms, that when fully booked could accommodate up to 54 guests, and they're not going to travel in 10 vehicles, which will be parked on site. The traffic study, which I'll speak to as well, that was provided, says that there are sufficient parking stalls elsewhere. Well, to this neighborhood, and I would hope to the town, this is just not even remotely effective planning. I want to point out, just as a matter of interest, that the 2 letters that were provided speaking against the appeal from adjacent landowners, business owners, who stated that this development will not impact their businesses. These are business owners, but they do not reside here like we do. The businesses are open basically during normal business hours, and then they're gone. The letter from Sky McLean for Base Camps Resort, citing that their development, which is very similar to this one proposed for 706, and Base Camp's development is at 721 10th Street, that the parking supply is adequate for the demand for the suites. Traffic has not been materially impacted by the development, nor its lack of loading stall. But it completely ignores the fact that their development backs onto Canmore Town Hall. That there is no residential community facing that development on either side. Certainly not behind it with the town hall, and definitely not across the street on 10th Street. Of course, 10th Street, unlike Mallard Alley, is 2 traffic lanes and 2 lanes of parking. We're some distance away from any buildings on the other side of 10th Street. The submission from the law firm out of Calgary loaded with legal jargon, as we heard earlier, and examples from other jurisdictions. They didn't cite anything from the town of Canmore and its historical development, but it makes absolutely no reference to point 4.1.5.9 in the land use bylaw, because they couldn't legally refute the concerns that this development will not have an impact on the immediate residents of Mallard Alley. The BLG, the law firm, has implied our appeal is without merit while ignoring the potential long-term impact of this development. And that's what we're concerned about, is the long-term impact of this. In their submission from the applicant, the developer constantly states, as the town did, that it is a permitted use, and or the development complies with the land use bylaw. Again, we contend, although the development does indeed conform with the land use bylaw, it is fraught with risk of unintended consequences on the residents of Mallard Alley relating to parking, loading, noise, and business hours of operation. And the developer can do this because, again, as I mentioned a few seconds ago, once the development is complete and under separate ownership, the developer can wash their hands of this and not take any responsibility for what happens in the future. We are saddled as residents here of having to sit back and deal with the impacts. The applicant confirmed there was a one-day community engagement with us on the alley, November 15th, 2021, pursuant to their original application being denied. They state in their submission that owners invested in these operational concerns, referring to parking, traffic, and noise at the development, and as we questioned it during that engagement back in November. But it is obvious to us it's lip service, because absolutely nothing has been changed with regards to our concerns from the original development proposed in 2021. And again, I'm kind of starting to harp here a little bit on a bang on a drum, which my neighbors suggest I have a tendency to do. But again, once the development is completed, any restrictions, any requirements put on the developer evaporate, because now we're subject to a completely separate ownership group. I want to speak to the traffic assessment that was provided by Wyatt Consulting Group Transportation. In a word, it's insulting. It's insulting. It has absolutely no statistical relevance to sit back and take a traffic study for a 3-hour period in the dead of winter and say, this is, we're going to extrapolate what impacts traffic might, what the development might have in terms of impact on the neighborhood. A decent traffic study with anybody who's taken a simple, undergraduate statistics course would have suggested a traffic study, yes, Thursday, 3 to 6 in the afternoon, the dead of winter, but also how about a weekend in the wintertime, or during a day during Christmas, possibly the family day long weekend, let alone determining what traffic is like in the high season, tourist season, May through September. None of that was done. Yet they're making points of, well, they made a statement that volume on Mallard Alley is not expected to fluctuate significantly seasonally. This is just absurd. And it's not, it lends to that this traffic study is just not, it's not valid. It is not statistically relevant because of the very narrow window that it was done on. It also sits back and says, pedestrian volumes along Mallard Alley were reserved to be approximately 4 pedestrians per hour. Well, it ignores the fact that the temperature on the date that the traffic study was conducted was -8, dropping to -15 by 6 o'clock at night. And it completely ignores the fact of the children that live in this neighborhood, who, particularly outside of the winter months, are very active on the alley. The study also zeroes in on the 10 parking stalls, completely ignoring the fact that the development has, as we've touched on, 10 units and 27 bedrooms. There is no reasonable way that we can look at and say only 10 vehicles are ever going to show up to occupy these 10 units. It's just not reasonable to use that as a practical projection for the future. The property currently is rented as an Airbnb with 3 bedrooms, and this is anecdotal. On any given weekend, we have 2 to 3 vehicles there, staying in the three bedrooms. If we extrapolate that out and do the math, we could be sitting back and looking for upwards to 18, 20 vehicles that are coming into this. Certainly the land use bylaw says one unit, 1 parking stall. And it did not envision the multitude of bedrooms, because what the visitor accommodation is predicated on is a standard hotel room. That's what was done. And here we are again dealing with something of unanticipated consequences. We're going to have, sure, we got 10 vehicles that can park underneath or on the property. We got 10 more at any given time scouring the neighborhood looking for that phantom parking spot. Just come down here anytime during the summer. It doesn't matter whether it's a weekend or a weekday. We just have traffic circling around through here. Now, it's anecdotal. I'll give you that. It certainly is not supported by this so-called traffic study. It's really unfortunate that 4.1.5.9, which demands that developments minimize the impact on adjacent residential neighborhoods, that we're left with this development saying we don't envision that you're going to have any impact, that we're going to have any impact on you. And it's kind of up to you that if it does, that you're going to have to deal with it. And that's just, it's not fair. It's not reasonable. We have one of the things we wanted to point out from the Municipal Government Act is section 6871.3 subsection 1, which states must have regard to but is not bound. This is referring to the authority of the Development Appeal Board. Must have regard to but is not bound by the subdivision and development regulations. Much of what we've discussed this afternoon is, yes, it's a permitted use. Yes, there's only requirement of 1 parking stall. But the Municipal Government Act says, you can sit back and look at beyond what the subdivision and development regulations state. Subjective, arguably, but really that's all we've got. It's just the reality of the situation where we're going to see 10 units and 27 bedrooms. There's 8 homes along this stretch, not including the townhomes, that in total, those 8 homes, which cover 6 homes, which cover pretty close to 300 feet of frontage, don't have 30 bedrooms amongst those 6 homes. And we're going to get almost 30 or 27 dropped in 150 by 132 piece of lot here in town. The visitor accommodation development of Canmore is been a point of concern from previous councils. When the current council was brought in over a year ago, outgoing council admonished incoming council to take a look as soon as they could, getting into office, that short-term accommodation become a priority for the next current council, and that it was obvious that the issue is topical, contentious, and certainly without direction. Now's the time to put any applications for visitor accommodation on hold until such time as the issue is addressed and resolved. The town center, the land use bylaw, was supposed to be starting review back in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. It was never funded, and then COVID struck. Yet we're sitting back and dealing with issues now, today, that decisions are going to be made that will have an impact on us forever. And it's been identified by previous council. Look, stop, take a look, and review all these and take things under account, because I can tell you the style of accommodation that's being proposed at 706 was not envisioned. And the uniqueness of where we are here, sir, on Mallet Alley, with the narrow laneway, the no sidewalks, it's going to have a major and significant impact on us. Really what it's come down to, it's that the planning has made their decision in the context of the planning of the land use bylaw, which they're bound by. The developer has taken advantage of that and worked within the confines of the land use bylaw, but they're going to bolt. They're gone. They're not going to be here if this development goes through in 3 years' time. We are going to be left with the impact of how to deal with this property as it, if and when it comes to bear. And I would say that at this time, in terms of, it's up to you as the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, that you take our concerns and considerations under account. And with that, I would ask that the development permit PL 2022-0090 be refused and that the appeal be allowed. Thank you. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Mr. Bell, any questions of Mr. Schultz?
No questions, but thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scott.
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schultz, for your presentation. I would now ask if there are any others who wish to speak in favor of the appeal to come forward. Are there others that would like to speak to the appeal? But I would remind them, if they are, not to be repetitive of Mr. Schultz's presentation, just to again indicate their agreement and to add any new information that they might add. Are there any others?
Yes, it's Doug Prohl, but my video has been muted by the host.
You should be able to start video now, Doug.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, my name is Doug Prohl, and with me is Sylvianne Lippert. We reside at 727 Mallard Alley. Thank you to the town and the SDAB, or the board, for accepting the appeal of the vacation accommodation at 706 10th Street. To summarize our written comments to you a week ago, we believe there was an error by the planning department's approval that allowed the variance related to the loading stall and in the consideration of clause 4.1.5.9, specifically the impact of parking, loading, noise, and business hours of operations on the abutting residential environment. These were the basis for rejection by the board as detailed in decision dated September 23rd, 2021. I believe the planning department's explanation on page 39 for overriding the requirements for noise and business hours of operation as none anticipated over the fundamental to a visitor accommodation is not rational. It is like answering a question with because. It doesn't respond to the concerns of the abutting residential community, and similarly, the dismissal of the loading zone through low loading demand and on-site parking management. My questions are, what are the underlying assumptions and who will determine this as no on-site management is provided? I take exception to the BLG submission, indicating that only variances can be appealed and then referencing that a variance was granted on the loading stall in their submission, leading to much confusion. And what was the underlying purpose for showing each residential residence and the appellant's name on page 137? What purpose did it serve, as our names are shown elsewhere in the town provided doc information? In these times of privacy concerns, this document has me questioning why and what if. After reading the submission several times, My conclusion is the same as Mr. Schultz. It's a legal review of past cases and is meant to distract the real reasons for the appeal while providing no useful purpose. I take issue with the Watt Calgary submission. My conclusions is the report was prepared using assumptions that supported predetermined conclusions. This includes the traffic study on November the 17th in minus temperatures and sunset happening at 4:50 p.m. and concluding that this study at the lowest season of tourist visitation is representative of the Christmas, spring break, and summer high season. For stating that a loading zone exists on 10th Street, when in fact for this area consists of a traffic calming zone with an expanded curve and landscaping and spaces reserved for a handicap parking zone. The drawings submitted on page 192 are clearly incorrect and misleading. You should please refer to the town's material shown on page 34 for the correct layout. For implying that the laneway is wide enough to accommodate 50 cars an hour, ignoring the blind corner shown in the pictures on pages 32, 33, 35, and 67, and then maintaining the safety and security of the Mallard Alley residents, pedestrians, bicycles, and children playing is secure. We agree there is on-street parking on 10th Street. However, during the prime demand periods for vacation accommodation from January to mid-October and December, paid parking is normally fully occupied during the day. Further, there is no parking on Mallard Alley. So ask yourselves, where will additional users go when the 10 spots at the visitor accommodation are occupied or the visitors arrive in oversized vehicles, including large SUVs and trucks to drop off, pick up luggage for cleaning equipment and laundry services, and not including maintenance and construction vehicles and equipment. To highlight the already shortage of parking in the town center, I note that Save On Foods and other businesses outside the town center have recently instituted monitored parking as the overflow has moved to the private property. This is indicative that visitor parking has now overflowed the town center, Elevation Place, and the other town provided parking areas. Will this soon include private driveways and the laneway on Mallard Alley? In conclusion, our overriding concern is the safety and security of the residents of Mallard Alley, the impact of the right to quiet enjoyment, and the unknown mix of clientele that may frequent the subject downtown visitor accommodation at all hours of the day and night. A visitor accommodation adjacent to a residential community has no comparable precedent in the town center. As such, this should be well researched and understood by the town and the residents of Mallard Alley before any approval is given. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prohl.
Mr. Chair, apologies to interrupt. There's a list of speakers in the agenda package in favour of the appeal, if you wouldn't mind going through them.
Yes, I see it there now, and I will do that.
Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Bell, of Mr. Prohl?
None, thank you.
Mr. Scott?
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prohl.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prohl. In going through the list as suggested, I wonder if the following folks would indicate if they have a submission to make. Mr. and Mrs. Vandervoot. Are they online? Not hearing anything. I assume, I take it they're not. Mr. Sugarman.
Yes. Let me just see if I can. So I'll wait for the video to begin, if that's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. I really would like to just, first of all, as you've requested, just state my support of both Gord and Doug and all of the points that they have brought up. They've been quite extensive, and I won't go over all of them at all. I'd like to just speak to two things that were perhaps brought up more in the context of the presentations by the town and respond to them. And they speak to the nature of 4.1.5.9 and the importance of that for myself and for my partner, who's also on the line, Dr. Philip Vandermerwe. We live at 705 across the lane directly north of the development as proposed. And as has been said, there's been great conformance and effort made to conform to the land use bylaw by the architects in the application. And we do not dispute the visitor accommodation use per se. But I do question the logic of the town in evaluating the impacts of traffic noise on our enjoyment of our property. And specifically, I would like to bring up that today it was mentioned that there is a threshold of a 100 person hour trips as a threshold for which the town will engage in prioritizing expenditure on a traffic study, or at least that is how I recalled it was stated. And we are 8 homes. 8 homes and then townhouses at the end. I believe we total about 20 doors. And I question the relevance of a threshold as high as that on the particular nature of our alley for conducting a study. And I would like to point out that we have actually requested from engineering that we be informed of the impacts over a year and a half ago in the first update. I believe it was about a year and a half ago in the first application. And we have yet to receive any thoughtful response. I understand now as a consequence of resource allocation, but that doesn't actually address our concerns. And I ask you just as homeowners to think about the impact of another 10 homes with multiple bedrooms as one of 50-foot frontage on your neighborhood, when your neighborhood constitutes all of 20 doors and the culture that will be impacted. So I question that. It was brought up today, and I think it points to, again, a deficient traffic study and an understanding of the impacts that this would have on us as a community. The other thing I'd just like to speak to, it was very interesting, and I appreciate the framing of the scope of jurisdiction and authority that took us through permitted use, which we understand, and from permitted use, looking at specifically 4.1.5.9, it was implied, or it was actually stated more than implied in my opinion, that because something is permitted within the TC district, the implications are fully understood and endorsed by council through a process which is extensive, and I appreciate that. But it was further then suggested that 4.1.5.9 should presume all anticipated consequences of that permitted use in its reading, which to me is interesting because it's specifically a clause that's meant to address concerns of residences abutting a residential district. It strikes me as the tail wagging the dog. I would think that I'm not a lawyer, there's a lawyer at the table, but I would think, and from my experience, I would read that as really a check on the use and the implication of the use as it's clearly stated on the residents that are adjacent to that commercial district. It's not meant to say de facto the consequence of noise, the consequence of traffic, the consequence of parking are understood and therefore accepted as a consequence. The reason it's there is to check the scale, the appropriateness, and the specific impacts. I can speak to one myself because of our home being immediately north, and that would be the 4 balconies. I could have 4 neighbors. They could own 4 condos. They could look at me and they could party on their balcony. I have them now. They're across the street a little bit. But they're neighbors. I can go to them and knock on their door and I can say, guys, that was crazy, temper it. And if I really get into a beef, we can start a long-term beef. I cannot do that with visitor accommodation. They're going to be there for 2 nights and they're going to be gone. I would think 4.1.5.9 is not meant to say, we get it. That's a consequence of the permitted use. Therefore, we don't have latitude in interpreting the implication. Again, tail wagging the dog. The implication to me of 5.1.9 is that you have the authority and the latitude to actually read the land use bylaw in regards to the implications it has on ourselves. The balconies would be a prime example in my case. I don't actually have children. I don't want to speak to safety per se. Others will do so. But another example is the fact, as you have both, as somebody stated, we have no path to sidewalks. We have no path to managing traffic, certainly as my neighbors have stated in high season. So anyway, thank you very much for your time. I ask that you uphold the appeal and deny the application as it stands currently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sugarman. Any questions, Mr. Bell?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Scott?
No questions, thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Vandermeer?
Thank you. I can't seem to launch the video either, but I'm not that pretty, so you don't have to. Oh, there you go. Thank you very much. I'm going to be fairly quick and probably running the risk of not playing the political game here, but I just wish to register the fact that I don't have a lot of confidence in town management. You know, right now, on the north side of our properties, on the other side of the creek, there's another development, railway court, where there's been clear cutting and a decimation of the riparian zone, despite the town requiring that developer not to do it. I have been in contact with the town, and there's no appetite or desire to do anything about it. So I'm not really surprised at the tack that the town management has taken on the other side of our properties. Again, just sort of alluding to the fact that just because you can doesn't mean you should, and maybe there ought to be a little bit more consideration for the long-term effects, the unintended consequences, and maybe now is not a time to stick by what is perceived as the rules and regulations when there's clearly many avenues of not following that at your discretion. So I would hope that you as our elected officials, politicians, would look out for us as citizens in light of the fact that I have lost complete faith in the fact that the town administration and management has our backs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vandermeer. Mr. Bell, any questions?
None, thank you.
Mr. Scott?
None, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Mr. or Mrs. Barber there?
I do not see them, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. or Mrs. Osborne?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thanks for everyone's time, and I won't belabor the point because I think my neighbors have done a good job articulating our broad concerns. I guess my pitch today is more just on a family basis. We're one of the families in Mallard Alley that has a couple of young kids, and the interface of our front door is our only interface for our kids to get out on the street and go to school. And as we've sort of discussed in the meeting, we don't feel like there's adequate provisions for safety for our kids to come and go from the property, especially as it relates to increased volume and traffic on the street. There's a few points on the street that are extremely narrow, one of which is kind of directly adjacent to the proposed property around the corner. There's, if my screen is being shared, hopefully you can kind of get a feel for it a little better. Are you able to see this image?
Yes.
Okay. So this is looking kind of on the corner towards the Chinese restaurant. One house in from where the development's going to going to potentially take place. And you can see this patch of grass is basically our only walkway for kids to come and go from our property. So you can see there's about a 2 feet patch of grass on a blind corner, and the measurement across here would be, 12 to 16 feet. So, when we're, as it stands today, when our kids are commuting out of our house, we're, currently scaling this fence in order to make sure they can make it around the corner without being struck by a car. And so, for us, the increased volume is a significant concern for our kids. In addition to that, their daily play, say on weekends or evenings, while we try to contain it to our driveway as best we can, it often does spill out onto the roadway. So, any sort of unmitigated traffic that kind of comes along with that is a bit of a concern. And I think these images have been posted to the broader document, but, this is the comparison on 9th Street. We have a bit of a buffer safety zone for, pedestrians to access the laneway, which is a stark contrast to, what we have currently. And so I guess that kind of raises the question, engineering, whether that meets their conditions on, safety for the community when you see kind of a striking difference of, the settings of, what is a similar development on 9th Street relative to what we have, a 1.5 foot patch of grass as a walkway for our kids. So I don't know where that falls in the overall, rules and regulations, but I just wanted to provide that sort of, personal level concern as it relates to the development.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Mr. Bell, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Scott?
No, none.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osborne. Mr. and Mrs. Hawley, did you wish to speak?
I don't believe they're here.
Thank you very much. Mr. and Mrs. Gardner, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Robin Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Let me just start my video. You got me?
Yes, we do.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. First of all, thanks very much for this opportunity, Chairman Locks, very much appreciated. In my written submission, I incorrectly used the term retail rather than commercial. I'm going to talk to some land use bylaw issues related to that. I'd like to talk about 3 aspects briefly, one of which has been covered extensively already, but I'd like to hit it from a slightly different angle. 4.1.5.9 that I think is etched in everyone's brains. Point A states that no more than 4 parking stalls or 2 parking stalls and a loading bay shall have direct access to a lane from the rear of a development. I would ask the board to look back at the renderings of the development, and I would argue that this design has 8 stalls directly exiting to the lane because of the design. 2 sideways parking stalls, in my mind, does not constitute a driveway. So there, I believe, we have a misinterpretation of the land use bylaw. The next one, which was covered in point 5 from the Town Council, is about commercial use. And these quotes are from section 4 of the land use policy, which is the downtown district, the central district, sorry, I can't remember what it's called, that the development is proposed in. An apartment building development shall feature a ground floor commercial use with dwelling units located above. 4.1.4.7 states a tourist home may be located on the same floor as commercial uses where there is physical separation. The bylaw therefore differentiates between these two. And what I mean by that is that the town of Canmore in the bylaw is already stating that tourist use, a tourist home, is different from commercial use. If we look at a precedence for this, I walked out with my dog and checked this morning down 10th Street. The one development which has been discussed already is the base camp one at 721 10th Street. It is actually probably the only similar development in recent years. I would say 30 years, but I don't have access to records. And it's the only one that doesn't have a storefront of some kind from the bridge down to the end of 10th Street. Interestingly, the base camp development does have an office building, which is pointing towards 10th Street, which I'm guessing is how it got around this commercial usage and how it got approved. I will state I've never actually seen that office being open. There's a phone outside it for where to contact out of hours. This builds on my colleagues, my fellow residents' concerns about out of hours problems. So I believe that stating visitor accommodation as commercial is a misinterpretation of the Canmore land use bylaw. Lastly, the third point was about traffic. I would agree that the survey done was not representative in any way, but if we take it as representative, then again, as someone else has previously stated, we will be doubling the number of front doors in our small part of Mallard Alley, which would suggest that the traffic will be doubling from whatever level. So this is going to be a concern. I'll close my submission by talking about where I've spent my last 40 years, which is in managing risk. And there's a model called hierarchy of controls, which talks about when you reduce risk, what types of controls you should use first to reduce risk most. It starts with elimination. So first of all, you should try and eliminate. Then you should try and substitute the type of risk. Then you should try to engineer out. And then lastly, you should be talking about administrative controls, which is about out of hours for noise, contacting whoever. The types of controls that have been discussed here by the developer are all administrative controls dealt with by residents after the fact and are the least effective type of controls. We've had an opportunity to be heard by you, the board. We very much appreciate it, but we would like you to look further up the hierarchy of controls and try with elimination or substitution. And that ends my my proposal, my bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Mr. Bell, any questions?
None, thank you.
Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, are you there? Is your microphone on?
He appears to have dropped out of the meeting.
Oops. Oh, okay. Well, he'll come back then.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I take a moment. Let's just make sure that.
Yeah. Let's get him back.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, as we have been going for about 2 hours at this point, maybe would be advisable to take a short break.
Yes, with us trying to reconnect with Mr. Scott, I think that would be advisable. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll resume again at 4:25. 4:25? Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
I see we've now reached 4:25. Is everyone, can you confirm everyone's back on, Ms. Abrios?
I am just checking.
Thanks.
It would appear everyone is back on, Mr.
I
Chair.
think so. Yeah, I was just looking for Mr. Scott and everybody's moved around on my screen, but I've located him.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I don't know at what point we lost you, but Mr. Gardner was the last presenter on behalf of the appellants. Did you have any questions of Mr. Gardner?
No, I did not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gardner.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. And we'll move on then to Mr. Bradner. Are you there, or Mrs. Bradner?
Mr. Chair, I think Miss Bradner's my wife. This is Bill Laws speaking.
Oh, sorry. That's right. I'm sorry, Mr. Laws and Miss Bradner. So please proceed, Mr. Laws.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you for your time. To minimize repetition, I agree with all major points made previously by the residents supporting this appeal, particularly with regard to land use bylaw 4.1.5.9. I just like to emphasize a couple of points. Once again, we residents of Mallard Alley are not opposed to appropriate commercial development of 10th Street. To my knowledge, residents of Mallard Alley have had minimal conflict with existing businesses that operate on the adjacent side of 10th Street. This may be largely because these businesses' operating hours are basically daytime hours with minimal impact on the local residents, which would not be the case with any adjoining visitor accommodations such as in the proposed development. With regard to the lack of on-site management in the proposed development, I hear the town administration's position that they do not have the power to impose a requirement for on-site management, but I do believe that the developers have missed a trick in demonstrating a good faith or a desire to act in good faith as a participant in the existing community, particularly as on-site management would ameliorate our concerns with regard to loading stalls and noise. A couple of points regarding traffic. With regards to traffic study of Watt Consulting, I share others' concerns with the statistical invalidity of the study, and also where the statement in the study that we would not expect a significant rise in traffic along Mallard Alley during the tourist season seems surprising. With one example, it doesn't take into consideration the closure of Main Street in the summer in Canmore, and we've already observed a considerable increase in people shortcutting through Mallard Alley as a result of Main Street closure during the summer. One final point, with regard to town administration, traffic department's presentation a little earlier in this, as I understood it, the lady said that their assessment of the amount of traffic through the alley was partly made based on the fact that there would be 10 additional parking stalls in the proposed development. We've already stated that we disagree that that would be sufficient parking stalls for the amount of units in the development, so that it's purely meets the requirements of land use bylaw according to town administration. And I kind of think that's circular logic to use that as a basis for assessing the amount of traffic through the alley. And that concludes my points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Laws. Mr. Bell, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Scott?
I have none.
Thank you.
Thank you then again, Mr. Laws. Then we've already heard from Mr. Prohl, who is next in the list. So Ms. Musgrove, are you wishing to make any comments?
I don't believe Miss Musgrove is on the line.
Oh, thank you. Miss Amy, are you on the line?
I don't believe she's on the line.
Thank you. Mr. Lefebvre or Ms. Allen?
I'm on the line.
Please proceed with your comments.
Yes, give me 2 seconds here. Start my video on my face. I think my wife and I had a little statement. Let me just get back here. Give me a second. Well, I guess I'm not finding it. I can just restate quickly. It's going to echo what Sir Osborne said. It's really about safety and community. We have two kids, and we're concerned about the increase of traffic. That's even just the new parking rules that's been put in place by the town. For us, we've seen a significant increase of people just circling around the alley. There's also a concern on the actual alley size, the feasibility of putting sidewalk, we want to understand what's the plan from the town to have a more safe Mallard Alley. We see the utility poles that are very close from the street. So we are wondering how the alley can be secured. Yes. So to that effect, increasing or having the discussion around the increasing or evaluating the traffic on Mallard Alley. We already find Mallard Alley not safe. So our point was, we understand development, and we understand that we'd like to increase, the density, if anything, would be residential over short-term rental. But around the alley, we would like to understand a little bit more, how we make it safe before we talk even about increasing traffic there. I wish it was a bit more structured. I think that was oh, there you go. Sorry about that. So I guess I'll go with the last point we had. Let's see. Well, I guess my question is, we submitted an email. Was that were you able to get that email? That would be my first question.
I believe we have a complete list of applicant submissions. the staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I did read through them all, and I know there were several of them, so I'm assuming that yours is there without me looking.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if we do have Mr. Lefebvre's written submissions. I'm taking a look, but they're not listed.
Then in that case, if they
Yeah,
are,
I'll keep checking for them, but they're not on the list of what's being received.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, like I said, I can go quickly in this, but one point that I think we're making in this email is that the town also have been working hard to keep vacation rental away from residential neighborhood in the last couple of years. There's been monitoring of rental sites, fine given, careful zoning. We think that the proposed vacation rental, direct to residential zone goes against that effort that's been made by the town in the last couple of years. Like I said, a residential increase in density is something that's more community oriented for us than in a short-term vacation rental. I mentioned the increased traffic, right? Our main point is with the master plan for the safety of Mallard Alley, what's the town plan for the alley, even at this stage. And then the third concern we had was just the increased requirement for parking. So I think that I'm echoing a lot of what's been already said. I'm not going to take too much time. We hope that the board looks at the safety aspect and the community aspect of this development and oppose the development or the proposal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lefebvre. I believe that concludes the list. Is there
Apologies, Mr. Chair, can I just interrupt for a moment? David, we haven't received I can't find your written submission. Could you confirm when you sent that?
It was a bit late, last minute yesterday.
Okay, let me just check for that. I will check and let you know, Mr. Chair. Please continue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bell, any questions of Mr. Lefebvre?
None, thank you.
Mr. Scott?
None.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lefebvre. I believe that completes the list of those speaking in favor of the appeal. If there's anyone that I've missed, would they please so indicate at this time? Okay, not hearing any, Ms. McFarland, I think we're over to you to speak in opposition to the appeal.
Mr. Chair, before we move to Ms. McFarland, there was a late submission received around 1:30 this afternoon, I understand, from Mr. Schultz. And we are looking for some direction as to what the board wants to do with it. I don't think Ms. McFarland has seen it. Looking at the submission, it may just be a written submission setting out exactly what Mr. Schultz presented verbally today. I'm just not sure.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, that's exactly what it is. It's just a submission of my talking points today.
Ms. McFarland, any issues with that going into the record? We have your talking points obviously on the recording, so we have them all there.
I think they're on mute and struggling to unmute at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. I think you've unmuted now.
Are we unmuted? Can you hear us?
Yes, you
Okay,
are.
perfect.
Thank you.
I'll repeat what I was saying then. with respect to Mr. Schultz and also Mr. Lefebvre's submissions, if they were summaries of what they both said today, I have no concerns with them being introduced to the record.
Thank you very much. Then we'll turn it over to you, Ms. McFarland, to speak in opposition to the appeal.
Okay. What I'm proposing to do is I can share my screen. So we'll see if this works first and then I'll begin. So.
Yes, it works.
It works, perfect. Okay. So as you all know, my name is Stacy McFarland, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Systemic Architecture, and as well as the owners of the property, which is Sunnyland. We're obviously here as the applicants in opposition to this appeal, and we're requesting the board dismiss the appeal and uphold the decision of the Development Authority. I can advise the board up front that should the board choose to approve this application, we have reviewed the conditions proposed by the Development Authority and have no objections or concerns with them being added to an approval of this development. What I'm going to propose today is I'm here with, as I mentioned, Chad Russell and Brendan Stevenson from Systemic Architecture and Watt Consulting. And I'm going to propose to ensure there's no overlap, a bit of a 4-step process. It's actually 5 steps. I just don't have the 5th up there. So the first, I'll just do a brief review of the development context with an attempt not to repeat what the Development Authority has said. I'll turn it over to the architect to discuss the development itself. I have a brief discussion of the issues that were raised on appeal, but what I'll actually do is pass most of it to Watt Consulting to speak to traffic and parking, and then I'll summarize at the end. So to start with the context of the development, obviously we're now familiar with where it is within the town. I won't repeat this too much or hammer the point, but what's interesting about the context is obviously that this development site has 2 frontages. One of them is on 10th Street to the south, and one of them is on Mallard Alley to the north. Mallard Alley is, as the Development Authority noted, a road and classified as a road by the town, but it is the width of a traditional alley, which we'll speak to as well. And it's accessed on the west side from 7th Avenue and on the east side from a road called Mara's Way. Now, I know it was noted that we included this slide. Obviously, the addresses are part of the appeal package, which is how we were able to put this slide together. The reason this slide is included to give the context is really to understand where the concerns are arising with respect to this appeal. I'll speak to this a little more towards the end, but as you can see, all the appellants and everyone who's spoken today and everyone who provided written submissions are located on Mallard Alley. And why this is particularly interesting is because, as has been noted, all these properties have vehicular access solely from Mallard Alley. And the way they function is that pedestrian access has generally been designed to be from Mallard Alley as well. This is a unique pocket, which you'll see as we start going through some of the maps in the town's planning materials. But it's also interesting if we consider this in the context of a legal map of the area, which is what this slide here represents. So this slide's a map of the legal lots and properties from the Alberta Land Titles Office. And what's particularly interesting about it is that what you can see here is the original town of Canmore grid. And what's particularly interesting is if you look at the development site, which is marked with the star there, and you look across the narrow Mallard Alley up to the north, you can see all the lots by the appellants and all the other owners along Mallard Alley. And what you can also see is that north of these lots is a town road right-of-way for what was supposed to be or is marked as 11th Street. And for anyone who's not familiar with how the land titles maps works, the yellow lots are property lots. They're lots that can be sold or otherwise disposed of through the land title system. And white represents roadways or road allowances. And in the case within the town of Canmore, ones that are under the direction and control of the town. Other markings on this map, just to give the full context, wherever there's a dark green circle, that indicates that there's a property with multiple titles, so a condominium property. So what this map shows us is that if you consider the properties along 10th Street, just on the block where the development's proposed, the 3 properties directly to the west are all condominium or multiple title properties. And there's also a condominium property that's north across the alley, located adjacent to 7th Avenue. If we turn back a moment, though, and we consider the grid layout and how this reality came to be, what's interesting is that most of the properties that are along Mallard Alley, where the appellants and the other owners live, actually have dual frontages. They have frontages on the 11th Street right-of-way, and they also have frontages along Mallard Alley. Now, obviously, water, as we all know, is very unpredictable and changes course over time. And so it's not completely clear without a full survey where the line of the creek is right now. And what you can see from this map is that the creek location has probably changed over time, because north of the 11th Street right-of-way, you can see there were some lots that were noted that now appear to be covered with water. What's also interesting about this is you can see how the grid was meant to fit together. So if we look to the east of the development site, you can see that what's now referred to as Melrose Way is actually a full width road that's a full extension of 6th Avenue. And part of the reason to bring this up is I know that what's been raised through a number of the appellants on appeal is really a concern with safety and particularly pedestrian access to Mallard Alley itself. Obviously, all these properties have been developed with vehicle access from Mallard Alley. But what I've done here is done a very rough approximation, and I do admit it's very rough. You would need to get a surveyor out there, but approximately where the 11th Street right-of-way is. And this is a potential option for the town to consider when it considers Mallard Alley in that comprehensive review, because there's a potential there could be a sidewalk for pedestrian access to the north with a bridge over the appropriate parts of the creek. But what it really demonstrates is there's multiple ways for the safety issues to be addressed, all of which are in the control of the town, as the town controls both the right-of-way for 11th Street as well as Mallard Alley. What you can also see here is that it's helpful to sort of visualize the legal map in context when you look at this photograph I've pulled from Google Earth. And what this is this is a picture of Melrose Way. And so unlike Mallard Alley, which you've seen some pictures of and we'll show more of, what you can see from Melrose Way is the town's actually utilized its full width roadway here and added parking on both sides. And this is how you can see where the legal lot map kind of lays out on the town. And even though you might not immediately realize where all these streets are, they're actually full-size streets that the town has adapted over time to accommodate what's actually happening on the ground. One thing I'll note is also interesting with the development along Mallard Alley that you can see from this picture is I mentioned that along 7th Avenue, there's a development that's condominiumized that goes on Mallard Alley and has the access from Mallard Alley. And you can see here that these properties aren't actually oriented towards 7th Avenue, which is a full width street as opposed to Mallard Alley, which is an alley width street. These properties are oriented north-south, and the reason for that is pretty obvious in that Policeman's Creek is to the north, and it's quite lovely. And if you had a property here, you'd want to orient your house towards the street. And so what's interesting about Mallard Alley when you consider it in context is actually all these residences that are on the north side of Mallard Alley, while they do have this access and the frontage along Mallard Alley, the defining feature of them is their frontage along what's the undeveloped 11th Street right-of-way and Policeman's Creek itself. And without a review of each of the plans, I'll suggest that most of the residences here probably have the predominant features of their development facing north as opposed to facing south across the property and across Mallard Alley. So I mentioned that Mallard Alley is an interesting situation. And you can see that as we start to get into the plans here. So this is the conceptual map 2 from the municipal development plan. And what you can see is that the development itself is located within the commercial and mixed use zone of the town center. But the residences along Mallard Alley are actually within the neighborhood residential zone. So what we have here is a transition that's been designed by the town where you have commercial and intensive commercial and mixed use development south of Mallard Alley, and then you have neighborhood residential north of Mallard Alley. And what I also want to point out with this map, although I haven't included any pictures, is that this is not the only location where this happens within the town of Canmore. If you look at the south boundary of the town center, what you can see is that there's blocks in between the identified roadways where there's mixed use commercial on the north side, and then you have residential on the south side. And I'll tell you, even though I haven't shown it here on this plan, is that when you're looking at that transition zone, the road to the north there is all the properties, all the commercial and mixed use properties that front onto 8th Street. And then the yellow are all the neighborhood residential properties that front onto 7th Street. And so to put this kind of in context, down at the bottom here, you've got the Canmore Miners Union Hall and the Legion, and they're actually within the yellow zone along 7th, but then you have the intensive mixed use that you have north facing 8th Street. And these two zones here, like with Mallard Alley, are only separated by an alley. There's a new development going on along the 7th Street frontage in some of these parts to put in residential developments there. I don't have information or details on the developments, but if you review an aerial of this map or look at it on Google Maps, what you'll find is that the properties that are along 8th Street actually have a less intensively designed rear facade facing the residential to the south than what's being proposed for the development here, which faces the residential to the north. And the reason I point this out is because, again, this isn't a unique situation in the town. And even the fact that the Mallard Alley properties only have one frontage with a developed road isn't unique. If you look along Spring Creek Drive, which is the road, obviously you guys are probably more familiar with the town than I am, but along the Spring Creek there, which has the curvy road going south, which is Spring Creek Drive, there's actually a patch of residential there as well in the yellow that would front onto 7th Street, except for 7th Street doesn't extend that far because it hits the water. And so what you have here actually is another pocket in the town of residential that only has a frontage onto an alley that backs onto commercial properties. And that's existed for quite some time, similar to the situation we have with Mallard Alley. Now, if we go through the maps again, this is map 5 from the municipal development plan. And it is what identifies the different commercial and industrial areas of the town. And so this just emphasizes that the development itself is actually within the town center of the town, but Mallard Alley and the properties north aren't. They're outside the intensive development intended for the town center. And this goes back to, which we'll talk about later, the purpose of having policies like 4.1.5.9 in the land use bylaw to deal with this transition. But it's also a recognition that council, when they're approving plans, they're recognizing that there's an area of town they're looking to build up with new development, with more activity, and the development that's proposed is within that. It's within this town center development. And so what I've done here is I've actually pulled out some of the policies because they speak to what I'm saying here about the intensive development of the town center area. And you can see here that council, when they were considering the MDP and the different areas they were designating, recognized that there was going to be some areas where there's going to be a mix of commercial and residential. And they've explicitly stated that clearly defined commercial and residential land use separations don't result in the lively and sustainable commercial areas that the council is looking for in the town, including in the town center. And so then if we turn and consider what council's looking for in the town center, this is where we really start to identify that what they're trying to achieve here is a lively and sustainable commercial area. And so if you look at policy number 10.1.2, it notes that the town center has a pedestrian-oriented mixed-use form and accommodates a range of commercial, residential, entertainment, and cultural uses. So what this suggests is that council, when they're thinking of the development of the town center, they're not actually looking for the same type of property one after one after one. They're looking for a mix that's going to create that lively zone, probably for more than just set hours during the day. What's also interesting to note from this particular policy is that it talks about a pedestrian-oriented mixed-use form within the town center. And why this is important with respect to the development is that 10th Street itself is within the town center. 10th Street is part of the town center that the town is looking to have as a pedestrian-oriented mixed-use area. Mallard Alley is not. Mallard Alley is outside what's defined as the town center in the MDP maps. So the pedestrian-oriented frontage is supposed to be the one on 10th Street. This is reflected in policy number 10.1.4 in the MDP, which says front yard parking areas are discouraged in the town center. This is tied also to access to properties. So if you consider a property like the development, 10.1.4 is suggesting that the access, they don't want it to be from these pedestrian-oriented front areas. That's meant for pedestrians. There are sidewalks along there. That's where people are. If anything, it should be from the rear when there's a double frontage, because then what you've got is the pedestrian-oriented center along 10th Street, and you've got the vehicles getting in and out of parking spots from the rear, which in this case is from Mallard Alley. So what we have are these MDP policies that's directing development in the town center to really focus on the front and ensure that you maintain that pedestrian atmosphere to create that lively and sustainable commercial center. What I'm saying here is actually reflected in a few more of the NDP policies, which I've added to this slide. So you can see that 10.2.1 directs that the town center is to be a primary focal point of commerce and cultural activity, and it'll be maintained and enhanced by an engaging and comfortable pedestrian environment, remembering that this includes that part along 10th Street. It'll support a mix of land uses, and it'll promote increases in density. What's also interesting with the MDP is when they talk about parking in the town center, the direction through this policy, through 10.2.4, is actually to encourage developments to provide cash in lieu instead of parking. So although there's parking requirements in the land use bylaw, what council is suggesting through this MDP policy is it's not looking for an increase in parking in town. It really wants that pedestrian-oriented form, and it wants new developments in the town center to encourage that and encourage people to walk around and provide less parking instead of more. So this map is just one that the Development Authority provided. It's the land use bylaw map, and as you can see and as we know, the development itself is within the town center, and the properties north of Mallard Alley reflect that residential neighborhood residential use and are zoned R2A. Now, the Development Authority spoke quite a lot about permitted uses versus not, and I won't repeat what they've said. I will say it's entirely consistent with our understanding of permitted uses and why council has chosen for it to come in place. What I will add here is that visitor accommodation, as we know, is a permitted use. And to elaborate a bit on what the Development Authority said, council is given a very broad discretion when it considers land use bylaws and when it considers any bylaw. And part of what they're supposed to take into account are very extensive considerations, including what they know of the area, as well as social, economic, financial, and cultural reasons for doing things. This is consistent with what council is to take into account by law when it considers any bylaw and any adoption. So council, when they're adopting a land use bylaw, like the Development Authority said, is taking into account things like, what is this use? Who will use it? How will it operate? Is this the right area for it? What currently exists on the ground? What are we expecting to happen over time? What is our long-term vision through the MDP? And how do we make that effective through the land use bylaw? And having considered all those factors, council has decided that in this particular location, visitor accommodation, which includes both short-term rentals as well as traditional hotel uses, is a permitted use in this area and one they think fits in the town center. I'll also note before I go off this slide that it was open to council to consider where in the town center visitor accommodation uses go. And in this case, they haven't limited it. Visitor accommodation isn't designated to certain streets. It's not restricted to certain areas in the town center. Anywhere that's designated town center is permitted to have a visitor accommodation as a permitted use, an approved use by council. So where this becomes interesting on this appeal is we are considering a permitted use development. And as I mentioned in my opening discussion with the board, a permitted use that complies with the bylaw must be approved by the development officer pursuant to section 642 of the Municipal Government Act. And the SDAB in its role is stepping into the shoes of the development authority here. But what that means, it's bound by the same terms of the act. So when you have a development that complies with the land use bylaw and is a permitted use, you must approve it. And again, this is different when there's variances required. And there obviously has been discussion of a previous application that occurred for this development site. In that case, there were a number of variances. And what's happened is from the previous SDAB appeal and from consideration of everything that was heard through it from all the residents, a number of whom are here again, the development was revised, and it was revised to come into compliance with the land use bylaw. And this is important too, because there was one point that was brought up by one of the appellants about the intensity of this development isn't appropriate here and the intensity of this use. And yet, this is another thing that gets considered by council when it imposes those development standards. It says things can be a certain height, they can have a certain floor area, they're required to have a certain amount of parking. But the idea is if you fit within that, that is the development that's been approved by council. That's what council is looking for on this site. And in this case, as I've said a few times now, the development complies with the land use bylaw. Now, why we're here on the appeal is there is one relaxation that is permitted through the land use bylaw. This is through section 7 or 2.7.3.1, and this is to do with loading stalls. As was mentioned by the development authority, one loading stall is the development standard that's required unless it can be demonstrated that the loading can reasonably take place without a dedicated stall on site. In which case, the development authority or the SDAB on appeal is permitted to change the development standard to be 0 loading stalls instead of 1 loading stall. This was touched on briefly by the development authority, but the one thing I think it's worth highlighting just so everyone's on the same page is the SDAB on appeal on a permitted use cannot impose a higher standard than the land use bylaw. That's one point. The second point here is one of the factors that was brought up on the appeal was the idea that somehow a loading stall would address some of the parking issues that have been raised by the appellants. And I know that really what the board should be considering here is the definition of what a loading stall is in the land use bylaw. And the land use bylaw defines a loading stall in the definition section in part 13 as a stall that's for commercial vehicles for the loading and unloading of those vehicles. It's not an additional parking stall for oversized vehicles. It is not an additional parking stall for guests, say, to the visitor development. It is specifically for commercial vehicles for loading and unloading. So although a loading stall in some of the appeal materials has seemed to be treated as a way to get around the parking requirements, which obviously we'll talk to it when we go through the development, it's not actually going to resolve those issues if that's something the board decides this development requires. And with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to Chad, who's going to walk through our development here. I do have a slightly different presentation, so I'll just switch over to that. But before I do that, I'll just ask if the board has any questions at this stage.
Not from me. Mr. Bell?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. Thank you. My first question is you just said it as well as your written presentation said that really the only relaxation is on the loading stall matter, and that there weren't any other variances. And I take it your view is there were no misinterpretations of the bylaws by the Development Authority. What I've taken from some of the submissions from the appellants is that they do believe there was a misinterpretation and or a misapplication of certain provisions of the bylaws. In particular, the famous 4.1.5.9, and as well 4.1.5.1, which in turn incorporates 11.4.1.6. So I would appreciate if you would speak to that, please.
Absolutely. I'll start with a discussion of section 4.1.5.9, which I agree was brought up and is a concern of the appellants. So if we look at the wording of section 4.1.5.9 in the bylaw, what it says is developments abutting residential districts shall be designed to minimize the impacts of parking, loading, garbage storage, sun shadow, lighting, noise, and business hours of operations. What it doesn't say is that those impacts are going to be eliminated. And I think this is a key distinction here. This ties a bit to the permitted use and what you would expect of these uses. And also, as the Development Authority mentioned, that there can't be a presumption that people are going to use something illegally or act illegally. Now, the section 4.1.5.9 lists 3 criteria that shall happen. They must be complied with as examples of how the interface between residential and commercial can or are to be designed to minimize these impacts. So speaking directly to A, there was a question about whether the development complied with this. A speaks that there will be no more than 4 loading stalls or 4 parking stalls or 2 parking stalls in a loading stall with direct access to an alley as opposed to access from a driveway. Driveway isn't a defined term in the land use bylaw, but what this development has been designed, if you consider direct access, and I'll submit direct access means directly from the alleyway itself without going through a side part or a driveway. There's only 1 stall on the site that has direct access to the alley. And if you consider potential reasons for a requirement like this, the more stalls you have that directly go in and out of the alley, obviously the more potential impacts you have for safety when you have someone going out, when you have someone trying to exit or enter a site. What you have with the driveway then is you have a little more room to maneuver on site that isn't in that public alley that's being used by other properties, including residential. So effectively what this does is it allows for a smooth flow of traffic in and out of a commercial development across from residential, instead of what residential is seeing is cars going in and out and trying to maneuver in the public space that's closer to their property. This development does that, like I said. It's only got 1 stall that goes directly onto the alley. It has another 2 stalls that haven't been screened. And section A, as you can see by the terms of the language, says that anything in addition to those 4 or 2+1 stalls must be screened. And that's happened in this development, which we'll go through when we speak to the development itself. There are only 3 stalls that are visible from the properties across the street. The rest are located behind a built wall of the development. And the built wall goes into a discussion of really what these provisions of the land use bylaw do and can do. A lot of what happens in land use bylaw application, which speaks to sometimes the discretion that the development authority has, is how do you balance all the competing aspects of development? So for example, one of the things that we've heard from a number of the residents are concerned with the narrowness of the alley, concern with people walking along the alley and having blind corners. The example was given of the property next door along Mayor's Way, which has that fence right to the edge. There's a trade-off with screening and what you can do. There is a potential opportunity to do a giant wall at the very edge of the property, which would screen practically all the parking, from the residences on the other side. But what that would do is create a full height wall with no ability to look around it. And what you would see from the other side then is a giant wall, instead of allowing for some setback for light to get into the alley, to allow that line of sight, to do what's referred to as SEPTED rules, which is crime prevention through environmental design, where you're really talking about how much can you see, let's make sure everything's well lit. So there's a trade-off and a push and a pull here between how much do you want a full wall and how much do you want to be able to see and be able to see traffic that's coming, particularly when you're dealing with a narrow alley. So I'll suggest to you that this is one of the ways where the impact is being minimized. And it's being minimized in a sense that you're really trying to balance all these competing priorities. But with respect to provision A itself, we've actually met what we're required to meet within the bylaw. There is only one stall that has access to and from the alley directly. Everything else is accessed by an internal driveway. And additionally, all but 3 of the stalls, which is within the bylaw provision, are screened from view from the rest of the property, or from the residential properties to the north. The second provision, which is part B, speaks to the design and the materials being used by that wall that becomes the property interface between the residential and the commercial. And I'll let Mr. Russell go into that a bit more. We've done that in this case. The quality of materials that you see from the rear are more upgraded than, say, if this was just facing another back of a commercial development. And the third point, the third requirement is C, which is mechanical equipment must not be mounted on walls adjacent to or across the lane from the residential district. That doesn't apply in this case. The building has been designed so that does not occur. So we've met that criteria as well. Another aspect that was spoken to a lot was landscaping. And landscaping is a tough one here for the same reason that we're dealing with that push-pull application of the land use bylaw. There's a few aspects here that are really important to consider. The first one is, yes, it speaks to landscaping. There's also a question of parking and how do you put the parking on site. Obviously, we could remove a parking stall and seek a variance to put some landscaping in, and now we've got less parking. And how do you deal with that with lots of this size? There's also a question of, in the land use bylaw itself, in the fire smart provision, so I believe this is section 2.16, it might be 2.15, I'd have to look back. It speaks to fire smart provisions that are intentionally designed for developments and how do we prevent catastrophic fires from going through. And what that requires is 1.5 meters of non-combustible material surrounding a building. So no matter what would happen here, we have to have that 1.5 meters of non-combustible material, which wouldn't allow for landscaping like trees, like plants, like bushes. It's got to be concrete, asphalt, or gravel in order to comply with those fire provisions that have been put into the land use bylaw for other aspects of safety. I think with respect to the noise and business hours of operations, that does go back to what the Development Authority has spoken about, is that this is a permitted use, and the nature of the permitted use is it's a 24-hour operation, and there's only a certain amount of noise that you can expect. Now, what's happened between the last iteration of this development and this development is there's been some changing to the rear facade to try and address some of the concern with how close they're getting to the development on the residential side. But it also goes back to that, as you'll see when we walk through the comparisons, the back of this property is actually designed to be very similar to the other properties that are along the street. And what you heard too is that there's actually a DC district directly kind of kitty corner to this property, and that's a guest house itself. And you'll see that the development of it, as well as the rear landscaping of ours, is very similar. So there's a consistent sort of view when you're going to go down the street, and you're not going to be able to tell what's what, even though one's commercial and one's residential. And that sort of speaks to minimizing the impact when you have commercial development fronting residential. I think with that, unless there's more specific questions, I guess I can speak to on the language of the bylaw side. But what I'll do is I'll let Mr. Russell speak to the actual design itself, and perhaps if there's further questions after that, we can address them.
Thank you very much. That was helpful.
Mr. Scott, any questions at this point?
So I'm okay at this point.
Thank you, Ms. McFarland. Please proceed with your presentations.
Okay. Oh, let's there we go.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair, my name is Chad Russell, principal at Systemic Architecture, an applicant on the file. I'll reiterate the same commentary to the group here and to the board. Thank you for your time and efforts on the application. Thanks to planning the town and the individuals behind the file. I thought a very informative presentation and lots of work, and thanks to everyone for putting time into this. Obviously, it's been a bit of a labor of love and something that we've been working on for quite some time. This application, we will touch on a bit of an overview. We'll look to not reiterate anything that was said. I may overlap a little bit with some of planning's comments, just because I can't not touch on how it complies with the land use bylaw, for that it's a permitted use, that it has no variances subject to the interpretation of the loading, and through some own acknowledgements of the appellants, that generally it fits within this box of what's being designated and why it should be approved based on the zoning. And so we'll touch on some of that and why it's appropriate in its context. So very high level, we'll touch on a little bit of the overall context, some photographs of the area for a bit more understanding of the interface and why it's been designed in the manner that it has. That design overview, some of the community discussions that took place to date, schedule review as it relates to what was done and where we're at, and then just a quick touch on the approved plans and elevations that you're already familiar with, but just to get them up on the screen to make sure that everything's fully understood as it's put forward here. So on the next slide, we've seen the similar information, so I won't go on this one much, but we see the subject site in red, highlighted there on the photograph above, the context with the restaurant, Chinese food restaurant on the right-hand side on the screen, and on the left, the office commercial component, and then subject parcel. Looking at a satellite image in Mallard Alley to the north of the site, 10th Street running along the south, 7th Avenue kind of on the far west, and has a couple different names, essentially 6th Avenue that kind of like runs and flanks on the east side of the property. Looking at the right-hand side of the screen, about a 1 meter front yard setback front of the property, a 5.4 meter setback at the back, and east and west sides of the site have 0 yard setbacks. And again, when I say kind of at the back there, the rear, that's Mallard Avenue, obviously Mallard Alley, as we've been speaking to. The gray portion of that site is what is buildable within the site, and we'll go into some detail how that's built out. But for some context, and I'll run through these very quick. I'm sure everyone's familiar with them, but just to contextualize, and then we'll come back to some of this a little bit later in the presentation. But this photograph is looking at the subject parcel across and down a little bit of 10th Street. I'll just kind of keep flipping through. The next one's kind of like number 2 is shifted down a little bit, looking north from 10th Street, capturing some of those commercial properties, and then 3 a little bit further to the west from 10th, looking to the north at the commercial properties, some of which have access, which again, as noted in the bylaw, is generally discouraged, encouraging access from the back. Slides 4 here, opposite side of the street, you get a bit of the flavor of the architecture and some of the design guidelines that we'll get to in the presentation, with sloped roofs, the style and the massing, but generally that entire facade across on the other side of the street for contextual reference. And then 5 and 6, that was Space Camp Suites, as was touched on, and in slide 5, commercial development beside it, and then 6, a couple more at the end of the block on the west end of on the south side of 10th Street. Changing, kind of switching gears to 7th, the look as it accesses along that 6th Ave to the back alley, and then looking down Mallard Alley in number 8, kind of a straight shot down, and then we'll look at kind of like each side of it here in sequence. But 9 and 10 just moving along kind of from the east to the west, looking north. And as we look through these, just want to look to like emphasize the point of the type of, there is some landscaping, extremely minimal. Most of what you'll see along here are a sequence of driveways and surface parking that's happening at the lane. And that includes both sides of the alley, really, as you look at the residential side with a great deal of driveways and entrances into garages, parking areas, and so forth. So that's kind of 9 and 10, those residences as we move over. Similar theme here, 11 and 12, and more of the same, a lot of parking areas off of that alley, and size and scale. You'll see balconies, you see those interfaces as they touch in on the type of architecture that's being done there. And then number 13 to the condominiumized development, again, surface parking, accessing parking structures at the back. And that is the style of the residential development that interfaces with this alley in the existing. Looking at 14, 14 captures the N2 site properties, one of which is the subject parcel there, and 14. 15 looking at the commercial and commercial office building immediately to the west. Same thing, series of garage doors. There is 2 surface parking stalls located in front of those garage doors, one of which is a waste and recycling area that is labeled as hot parking. On 16, 17, driveways, parking areas, garage, and then in beyond is an undeveloped site seen in for 16. I think I got 2 numbers switched there, apologies, but number 17 on the key plan is basically a tree parcel that has not yet been developed. Next slide. So that takes us through the context of really getting an appreciation for what's back there. And I will lead into this through my presentation that this contextually appropriate, what's being put there is appropriate in its size, massing. We already understand that the use is permitted, and the way that it's functioning is intended. And not only is it intended, it is compatible with how that lane is operating. I feel like at times you'll kind of get a bit of a different story that parcels adjacent to it are functioning in a different manner, but they are truly operating in the same way, with access coming off of that alley, having parking that's visible, and so forth. So jumping into the design intent. Sorry, just back 1 slide there. The site's laid out generally in kind of 2 portions, a north and a south building that's connected by a stairwell. That was touched on from planning, but generally these 2 forms are connected by a walkway system. The south one interfaces with 10th Street, the north one interfaces with Mallard Alley. On the next slide, we've got a bit more of a site plan there, and kind of from a color coding perspective, done only for clarity. The south building obviously touches down. There's 2 units there that interface and create a building edge along 10th Street. Access provided along the west side. shaded in a bit of a tan color are those stairwells. And then the parking, which is highlighted in blue, 10 stalls, 7 of which are screened and internal underneath the project, 3 of which are visible off of Mallard Ave, 1 of which is accessed directly, and then the parking entrance off of that alley. Waste and recycling was highlighted previously, just kind of immediately behind that one directly accessed stall, underneath the building, screened and enclosed, as envisioned by the land use bylaw for town center. Next slide, just focusing on the front interface. So as far as the architectural style goes in the town design guidelines, a few sections to touch on. I'm not going to hit all of the sections, but generally what I would say is the sections support the design that's been envisioned here from the guidelines. 11.3.1.1, match and complement contextual massing, match and complement building setbacks, reinforce public realm character, face the public realm with permeable windows. Point 2, same section, parking located behind the buildings. And then 11.3.1.3, active frontages. And on that one, I'll just touch on a little bit further with the image. Color coded is basically just to kind of say, as you move through a very short, very narrow kind of lot width, you're going to have 2 unit entries and the entry into the project that accesses that internal stair. You also have shown in blue stone at the base of the building up 2 stories, and in yellow that's glazing. That's so talks about permeable entrances and windows and high quality materials. So along that entire frontage you have stone, you have glass, and you have entries, along which, as much as we're allowed to plant due to the principles for Fire Smart, we have some landscaping right at the edge there, essentially as much as we can do, because again, it is a very tight site, but trying to make that active edge as active as we can possibly get. Next slide, kind of same thing, same theme here. 11.3.2, promote informal and natural supervision. That's done with these large openings and sight lines. 11.4.1.4, continuous pedestrian environment. Already touched on that as far as the diagram goes on the previous slide. 11.4.2.6, parking entrances are integral to the building facade. As we look at this, and you've seen the overall renderings, so just kind of a bit of a focus on it. We really have, I would say, arguably a very worthy front elevation fronting onto Mallard Alley. And within that, keeping the building form such that the parking screened on the side, the waste and recycling is screened on the other side, and allowing a place for the vehicles to come in and out of the building, all while the rest of the building essentially maintains its form around it. 11.5.1.5, building addresses and enhances overall streetscape. 5.2.1, reflect Rocky Mountain architectural style. I'll touch on that a bit more on the next one, and incorporate materials and constructions of this Rocky Mountain architecture. So on the next slide, there's a real emphasis to the top, middle, and base in the design guidelines here. And 5.3.1, high degree of horizontal, vertical articulation, step back on those floors, and divide the building into those 3 sections. And so as we're doing that and matching the building heights and scale, at the very bottom, you can see in the line diagram, you can see to the immediate west, the office building is a full 2 meters, over 2 meters above our current height, which conforms to the bylaw. And then a lower height, which again could be queued up down the road, but right now, very appropriate transition that's meeting the bylaw, and a roof form style with, again, kind of top, middle, and base being defined. I'll talk about that a bit more on the next one, but without going through on the next slide here, without going through all these, the steeply pitched roof, timber detailing, strong frames, upgraded soffits, historical motifs. This is where we have the timber detailing, wood soffits, sloped roofs, lots of stone being used kind of true to its form with some wood frames, those large openings that face outwards on both sides, window openings. All of those materials are consistent throughout the project, and that's true on both kind of the north and south facing facades. That kind of covers it from section 11 in terms of the architectural style and the guidelines, and move to kind of the next slide. So along with that approach to the architecture, the suite layouts were a real focus to provide some mix to the project. Now, again, based on these two building forms, there's some great variety within 10 units. Within 10 units, we have 2 bedrooms, we have 2-bedroom dens, and we have 3-bedroom units. And there's a loft space on the very top. So it's a lot of diversity to create this, active, a very durable in terms of variety of unit type and layout, and a range of options to the market on visitor accommodation. All of these units have very modest balconies, vaulted ceilings on the 3rd level, and lots of natural light to animate the spaces on the inside, and again, provide those sight lines from a septet perspective looking outward onto the streets, north and south. Next slide. As we look at just touching on some of the engagement we did. Obviously, a year ago, we touched on that there was an appeal, PL 2021-0215, and looking at what were some of those points of contention. And now today, we're obviously hearing some of that as it relates to the traffic, the lane, the parking. Those pieces are really being emphasized. And what we're not hearing, and again, this is by nature of saying, okay, that previous application with the variances that are on there, if those were objectionable to the surrounding community, we're going to look to resolve those. And that's what we did in the last cycle of design and meeting. But on November 15th, we held a Teams meeting with these people in attendance. And I want to say we went in there and everything was addressed. What we went in there and did was say, this is what we heard at that previous SDAB hearing. Here's how we think we can address some of them. Some of the rest of the concerns, such as traffic, we are going to try to position our project in the most appropriate way that can allow for the approval to take place, providing the documents in terms of why a loading stall is not required, looking at the parking, looking at the traffic, and looking at those pieces. But the ones that are in our control, as far as it relates to the building height, we can bring it down. I think on the next slide, I start to talk on this. So the building height, we're gonna bring that down, so that's no longer a variance. The loading stall we talked about in the meeting, we didn't say we were going to provide one, but we did say that we will study it and provide more documentation as to why it won't be required. The front yard setback and the entrance, we've addressed that. We pulled the projection out of the front yard setback and provided the entrance that meets the definition of the land use bylaw. And then parking, traffic, noise, we're going to get into that a little bit further in this presentation, so I'll park that. But what we went there to do was to say, here's what we heard, here's what we're going to do going forward, bit of a platform to hear it one more time, to see if we could get over the hurdle and avoid this hearing today. Obviously, that didn't take place, but there was a real attempt to try to listen to what was being said and make it a bit better. And then as on the next slide, the revisions that we took place, the roof came down to 11 meters. It's approximately 2 feet lower than that previous application that required the variance. The load install wasn't required. We did demonstrate how it could take place and how the project would operate without that load install to the satisfaction of the planning authority, such that it wasn't required to have a stated as a variance. front yard setback and entrance, pulled the front yard back, detailed the entrance as required by the bylaw. And again, I touched on the traffic, parking, and noise. But again, just to say, visitor accommodations a permitted use. Our focus here is to minimize that impact on the adjacent residents, which I'm continuing to go into detail on. And we'll touch on a bit more here in the next slide. As a looking at that rear piece because of the focus on it. So highlighted in blue is that screen wall that you can see in the rendering that screens the garbage, that screens those parking stalls. And you have the 3 stalls on the back, site entrance right in the middle there. And then again, just kind of like circling around to what we're proposing in the context that's the 2 images on the far right are immediately across the street. So across the street from it, it's really mirroring a similar condition of surface parking and garage doors. We have done the same sort of interface here to minimize that impact on the neighbors in a similar context to what's being provided. And then on the bottom, those are commercial interfaces on the south side of Mallard Alley. Again, it is very fitting in its context as it relates to what's being done elsewhere and as it's described by the land use bylaw. The next slide we have here, just a quick overview. I bring the schedule up here to say kind of what was done and where we're at. It brings us pretty much to today with a couple closing slides. But on November 15th was that meeting highlighted in red with the team's meeting with the Mallard Alley representatives. And then between that day, the 3 that are grayed out, on January 28, 2022, we submitted a pre-application package to the town. We met with them on February 15th, and we got the formal comments sent back to us on February 25th. On March 24th, which is 6 months after the SDAB decision on the previous application on this parcel, we submitted that development permit application. On the same day, we sent a copy of that application proactively to the residents at Mallard Alley. And again, that is just to let everyone know where we're at, the information that we're putting forward here. We're not looking to conceal the application. We're looking to try to make it integrate with its context as it relates to the land use bylaw. And we're forward with that correspondence. On April 20th, 2022, we had a notice for a complete application. On June 8th, we had the first round of town comments. And then between June 8th and the approval on September 26th, we received the decision from planning for the approval. And on the 17th, the notice of appeal, which brings us kind of to where we are today. But just looking at the time period, as we've continued to work this application to the state of where it is now, which we feel very confident that it fits, that it minimizes the impacts, and that it's approvable by the board. This is what's taken place on this piece of the application in basically the last year. On the last one, just kind of a quick overview of the plans. Don't need to focus in on these, just have them here almost for reference. The unit plans, levels 1 and 2, and on the next slide, we have the roof plan with dormers and articulation and a steeply pitched roof, a loft space up in that truss space, and on the right-hand side is the 3rd floor. On the next slide, just the elevations, and again, same rendering that you've seen, but west elevation on the top, front elevation of the south facing on 10th Avenue. Again, you see a bit of the scale there and quality of the materials. Again, highly durable, very fitting in the context as we think about what's already been shown across from the street and described in the town guidelines. And on the last slide here, one shooting of the east elevation, again, 0 setbacks, so we get a little bit of that interface, still keeping materials that are consistent throughout the entire project on all sides, durable being stone, cementitious siding, wood detailing and so forth, and the elevation facing Mallard Alley, which I've spoken to in some length, and the rendering. And that next slide is close. I think at this moment, we'll pause again if the board has any questions for me before we continue with our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Mr. Bell, any questions?
Yes, I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation, Mr. Russell. And it relates to a concern raised by one of the appellants today regarding the balconies facing Mallard Avenue. I just wonder if you could comment on those balconies and the extent that that design fits with 4.1.5.9, which requires minimization of noise.
Sure. Through the chair, and thank you, Mr. Bell, for the question. Maybe I'll ask Stacy if you could flip to, I'll give you a slide number here. It's going to be one of the last ones, just on, let's go to slide 27, and maybe we could zoom in to the top right portion, just so that they can see it on the screen a little bit. Yeah, that's good. Maybe back one and then just pan up. So this is great. So those balconies there, I'll articulate that in the first go around, and I've tried to be very specific to speak to this application as it stands, not go to some of the changes that we did during the first application, because really those adjustments were carried forward. And at one point, these balconies projected into that setback area, and they were approximately twice the size. We did pull them back so that they did not project into that area for these sorts of noise considerations. And yeah, I think there's a little bit, oh, a balcony is a balcony. Well, a balcony is not a balcony if you can fit a round table, and like when I say a round table, I mean like a 2-person table there, that the size and the depth of that is the dimensions on the right-hand side of the screen. I think it's 1 point, I don't want to say it incorrectly, so I'm going to zoom into it online. 1.6 meters. So at 1.6 meters, you've got about 5 feet. Okay, so in a 5-foot space, you're going to be able to fit a barbecue lengthwise, and we do envision a barbecue to be there. And you will struggle to put much more than a chair, or maybe they would have a very small kind of bistro chair or table with 2 chairs. So this balcony is not a party balcony. You're not going to be able to physically fit that many individuals out there. So the nature of how this has been designed, minimize the size to minimize the impact on those residences. They're certainly smaller than a lot of the balconies that are on the other side of the alley where the residents are, but you could have more people out there. So my very strong and adamant piece is that we responded and changed the size of these. And at that overall dimension, you're not going to be able to generate a great deal of noise based on having a lot of people out on it.
Okay, thank you for your response.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Scott, any questions?
Yes, I'm going to go a little differently, and I'm not sure where you go. Can we look at the rear parking?
Sure. Maybe, yeah, that works well. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Just so you know, right now it's snowing here. My concern is 2 things. Number one, you've got an open space which between the 2 buildings where snow is going to accumulate. I believe it's open right down to the ground level, is it not?
the space in between the two, there is a narrow passage there. Those stairs are kind of like an open
Well, the
grate.
stairs are covered, but there's still a space in there that is the walkway on the ground level. Is that not open to the above?
The stairs aren't, the stairs for clarity are not fully covered. Portions of them are covered, but they're not fully covered. The walkway there, you can see there's a bit of an overhang, so that walkway is covered. There's a very narrow slice that is not fully covered, to answer your question.
Yeah, I'm just saying it could be snowing in there. My big concern though is that your 3 stalls and the driveway at the back, because of the tightness of that, I'm questioning where the snow would be put. Because there's no storage room there for any type of snow. And I'm just wondering how that's going to be handled. You can't push it out onto the alley. So.
Yeah, so thank you through the chair. Again, to be fair, it's not a great deal amount of snow there. Obviously, we do get snow in Canmore, so this was touched on with the planning authority, and there is the section of some covered areas there related to with no parking there hatched on the left. We have some equipment in there for air conditioning that's shown and dashed, and then there's a portion there that doesn't have anything that would allow for some snow storage to be piled up. So there is an area there, and I would suggest that it's comparable to the amount of surface area that's anticipated for piling snow.
So you're actually going to take the snow inside the building?
I think that it underneath the building, it would to be more accurate.
Yes, underneath the building, which is also, that's where you show people being able to turn around and go back out. Sort of a dual purpose thing is what you're thinking now. So, okay. Something's happened.
Did I answer your question fully there? I'll also say.
I guess you did.
Under the stairs, there's like landscaping. When I say under the stairs, because of the switchback nature, there is clearance there for piling of snow.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
It says potential air conditioning provision for. Is it intended to air condition these units?
Through the chair, typically on a project like this, the details are figured out during the building permit application. On this project, the anticipation would be that we provide air conditioning there, yes.
So undecided at this point.
Undecided as far as the development permit goes, but I would say that the provision there is being accommodated, and it will likely take place.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Russell. Where do you folks take this presentation from here?
I'll turn that back. Thank you. I'll turn that back over to Stacy.
Yeah, I'll do a brief interlude here, and then we'll turn it over to Watt Consulting. So I think if I can, Mr. Chair, I just want to address the question that Mr. Locke raised prior to that presentation, where there was a discussion about land use section 4.1.5.9. And obviously we've just walked through all the provisions of section 11, which was also brought up. So 4.1.5.1. I think there's one additional part to note that I'll note now instead of at the end, is that there's still going to be quite a lot of discussion about what's allowed on a permitted use appeal, but the use of discretion even if somebody doesn't like it, I'll suggest to the board is not the same thing as a misinterpretation of the bylaw. And this was recently considered by Edmonton Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, specifically this interaction between the use of discretion that's permitted through a land use bylaw and what amounts to misinterpretation of the bylaw pursuant to Section 685 of the Municipal Government Act. I haven't provided this case to the board. I'm happy to send it afterwards. It's called J&P Coat and the Development Authority of the City of Edmonton. It's number 2021 Edmonton SDAB 10081. And I'll advise that if you look it up on CanLII, the number is 2021 ABE SDAB 10081. And the board, when it considers when use of discretion in the land use bylaw amounts to a misinterpretation, held at paragraph 206, 2006 would be quite long, 206, that really the use of discretion amounts to a misinterpretation when the development authority either ignores or arbitrarily or unreasonably exercises the discretion. So again, there's a question on permitted use about what's allowed and what is it the bylaw is looking to use and what is compliance with the bylaw versus something that can be appealed. And our suggestion to the board today, particularly with what we heard from the appellants, is that there's clearly a lot of concern both with the land use bylaw as approved by council, the use is approved, and also how the discretion was applied. But in no situation has anyone raised that the provisions were, in our position, ignored or arbitrarily or unreasonably applied. And so I just want to address that. And obviously, you've now heard about the provisions of Section 11 of the land use bylaw and how they were complied with as well. Now, with that, what I have here is I've included 3 slides for the Subdivision and Development Authority, and I won't go through these in detail. I'll jump over to Watt Consulting's presentation, but these were the concerns that were raised specifically on the written appeal. And what we've done here is we've identified how they've all been addressed with the application, and really either where there's tug and pull between those provisions of the bylaw, but also where some of the issues are actually not a zoning issue. And I'm going to speak to noise particularly. There's obviously a design element with how you mitigate noise that was discussed when we discussed the balconies. It's discussed with screening, but noise itself, although it's a nuisance, what people actually do in a unit is trying to control the user of the unit and not the use itself. The use has been approved. A user who goes beyond what's permitted is going to be subject to the community standards bylaw in Canmore. And I will note that in this particular application with this interface between residential and commercial, there is that provision in the Canmore community standards bylaw that says residential districts cannot be subjected to noise between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. There is a quiet time that this is going to be subject to, and that's already written out in the town's bylaws. As I noted, we did go through each one by one. I'll leave this with the board. And what I'll do now is to speak to traffic and parking. I'm going to turn it over to Brendan Stevenson with Watt Consulting. Now, typically what I'd request, but I will take the board's direction here, is I'd ask for Mr. Stevenson to be qualified as an expert because he's about to give you some opinion evidence here based on his experience as a traffic engineer. I have provided the board with Mr. Stevenson's resume. As you can see, he's a registered professional engineer. He has over 10 years in traffic engineering and transportation planning experience. He has a Bachelor of Applied Science in Civil Engineering from the University of British Columbia, and I can advise the board that he's appeared as an expert before a number of subdivision and development appeal boards. So I would ask him to be qualified as an expert, and I'm happy to go through any of his other qualifications if the board has any questions before I turn it over to him. And sorry, I'll specify I'm looking for an expert in transportation planning and traffic engineering.
Mr. Bell, any comments?
No comments.
Mr. Scott?
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay, then the board then will accept his qualifications. Ms. McFarland?
Thank you. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Stevenson and we'll pull up his presentation here. And I will also advise the board that within the SDAB package, you obviously have the report that he's written and prepared for your review as well.
Yep, we do.
Wait for Stacy to pull presentation just as we get going here. Yeah, thank you, Stacy, for passing over to me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today on our findings from the transportation assessment as it relates to the site. Similar to Chad earlier, I will try my best not to overlap too much with the town's administration, but as we go through the findings from the transportation assessment, I'm sure there'll be inevitably a little bit of overlap here.
Excuse me, can I just interrupt for a second? You're just a little difficult to hear back there. I'm not sure whether you're close to the mic or not.
Sure, yeah, just move the microphone a little bit closer. Is that better?
Much better, thanks.
Okay, great. Glad to hear that. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, so just to kind of get going here, so I'll speak to the kind of three main sections of our transportation assessment that we completed, which is parking, traffic, and loading. So to start off on parking, so as part of our study, we reviewed the parking provisions for the proposed development. And as noted earlier, the on-site parking supply does meet the town's requirements of 1 space per unit for a total of 10 spaces. And based on our previous experience, this is expected to be sufficient for the proposed development. And also, as demonstrated earlier in the presentation from administration. It's also important to note for as it relates to parking, guests will know in advance that there is only 1 space available per unit before they arrive at the development or at the site. If they require additional parking, they will be responsible to find parking elsewhere. In addition, we did conduct a parking survey of the surrounding area, which found 71 spaces in the surrounding area. These spaces are primarily paid parking spaces, but only from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., meaning that guests would be able to park overnight on the street if parking was available. Parking is also prohibited along Mallard Alley, which would reduce any impact or spillover parking onto this roadway. With regards to traffic, on the next slide here, during our survey, we also conducted a traffic count on Mallard Alley, which found a peak volume of 28 vehicles per hour. Now, given the local roadway nature of Mallard Alley, it's expected to be primarily used by residents and would not fluctuate significantly during the busier seasons. However, in hearing some of the previous discussion, I know there was some talk about what the current traffic volumes are. But to be honest, regardless of what the existing volumes are along the roadway during some of the peak periods, this development is only expected to add 5 vehicle trips during the peak hour, which roughly equates to 1 vehicle every 12 minutes. Then this is kind of based on some of the standard industry standard trip generation rates for a site like this. And as noted by the town earlier, this is well below the requirement for a traffic study and would not change the traffic operations on the adjacent roadways substantially at any point. And then lastly, to kind of touch on the loading space provisions, as noted, loading demand for a site like this is generally very low. There is on-street parking available in the surrounding area, including a designated loading zone on 10th Street, on the other side of 10th Street, which is shown in the image on this slide, which was taken from the Town of Canmore website. And it should be noted that the address for this site is off of 10th Street. So if there were occasional food delivery or other loading activities, it would likely occur on 10th Street itself and not on Mallard Alley, thereby not adding additional traffic. In addition, as also discussed previously, cleaning service for the units would take place between between checkout and check-in, meaning that they would be able to use the parking spaces on site as the units would be currently vacant at that time. That kind of touches most of the findings and methodology from our transportation assessment. But before I pass it back to Stacy, maybe I'll give the opportunity for the board to ask any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Mr. Bell, any questions?
I do have one question. I do find it slightly surprising that the additional trips at peak hour would only be 5. Can you provide some background as to how that was calculated?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is a global organization, publishes standard trip generation rates for similar developments based on the land use type. And they do surveys kind of all over the place in different contexts. And basically what they do is they kind of find sort of average rates for different types of land uses. So for a site like this that has 10 units, it roughly works out to 0.5 trips per unit during the peak hour. That's not, it should be noted that these are trips during the peak hour and not during the entire day. It would just be the amount of trips that actually come out during like the PM peak hour from, let's say, 5 to 6 or something of that nature. So these are industry accepted rates and used in pretty much any transportation impact assessment to determine what the expected trip generation rate would be.
And just to clarify, that's for something like a visitor accommodation complex?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Scott?
No, I think he's just answered my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Thank you, Mr. Stevenson, for your presentation. Thank you. Ms. McFarland, I think.
Yes, thank you. I'm just going to conclude by going through a few of the points that were raised on appeal. I'm going to talk specifically for a moment about the loading stall. I note that the board has in its package the 2 letters, one from Mandy Gia, who is a local businesswoman and a cleaner for this type of short-term rental visitor accommodation development, and another one from Ms. Sky from Base Camp, which is a similar type of development that's located across the street. And if you recall that under section 2.7.3.1, the test in the land use bylaw for whether there can be a relaxation to the 1 loading stall standard includes whether it can be demonstrated that loading can reasonably take place without a dedicated stall on site. And so I'm just going to summarize what Ms. Gia says in her letter, which is cleaners were one of the users identified both by the appellants and obviously by the applicants as a commercial service that will be servicing these types of units. And Ms. Gia explains how this operates, where in a short-term rental operation like this, the cleaners come on site after the guest has checked out and before the new guest has checked in. When they're on site, they actually do all the laundry on site as well. And each of these units, which you can see from the plans that we've submitted, does include in-suite laundry. And so the laundry is done while the cleaner's in the unit. There's no need to go up and down or back and forth to the cars in order to load laundry to take it off site to have it cleaned. Other aspects are for these type of units, typically cleaning supplies are provided on site, which also means or stored on site, which means that the cleaners themselves don't have to go up and down and load and unload from their vehicle cleaning supplies in order to clean the units. And finally, because the cleaners are there when the guests are not, they actually just utilize the stalls on site that are allocated for the individual units. So we have 1 stall allocated for each unit as compliant with the land use bylaw. Whenever a cleaner is on site, they can just use the stall for that unit because it will not be utilized by a guest. This is a similar situation with other service personnel who may attend, for example, appliance repair people. They're typically there when the guests are not, and they can also utilize the on-site space. One thing that's interesting with both service personnel and also if you consider deliveries, which I'll talk about in a sec, but as you can see from the plans we submitted, the entrance to this unit is off 10th Street. There's actually no public entrance off the alley. So even if you had a repair person or a cleaner come, if they parked in the alley or tried to access the development from the alley, they'd either have to go in, which isn't intuitive, or they would come from the front, which is the 10th Street address and is the public address for the property and the public entrance to the property. So speaking of deliveries, which are another thing that on-site loading is typically used for, things like Amazon, FedEx, because visitor accommodation is specifically designed for short-term stays, these aren't typically uses that demand a lot of deliveries like Amazon or FedEx or other sorts of deliveries from that aspect. And realistically, any delivery operator would be coming again from the 10th Street frontage because that's the address of this development. There's no parking entrance from the front. They're going to utilize either the street parking or the loading stall parking that was identified by Mr. Stevenson in order to drop off deliveries for this building, which again, because of the nature of the use, are likely to be on an infrequent basis. The fourth potential commercial user who may or may not use a loading stall would be food delivery. And similar to package delivery, they're also looking for the property from the front. They're not necessarily going to go to the back. There's no obvious entrance from the back anyway. They're not going to be going to Mallard Alley to deliver food. They're going to be coming from the front and either utilizing street parking or utilizing that loading stall. And by that, I mean the loading stall on the street. So when we consider everyone who made all those commercial vehicles, remember the definition of loading stall in the land use bylaw itself. If we consider all those commercial vehicles who may or may not use an on-site loading stall, there really isn't demand generated by this type of use to demand an on-site loading stall. Everything can be accommodated without one. And this is the test that's laid out in the land use bylaw, and we suggest it's been met, which is why there's no loading stall required for this development. So we're going to be requesting that the SDAB, like the Development Authority, consider the evidence that it has in front of it. And we're going to suggest that it's demonstrated that loading can reasonably be accommodated without a dedicated on-site loading stall. Now, obviously, we've heard a lot of other concerns, and I'll say quite a lot of them stem from Mallard Alley itself and the reality that we face with Mallard Alley. And the fact that there are a number of residential properties that have access off of it. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending how you want to look at it, this is a reality of what the town has approved over time and the type of development that the town has permitted north of Mallard Alley. But this situation isn't something that's been caused by the development itself. This is a situation that's existed for some time. All the owners of the property, all the appellants were aware of this situation when they bought. And it's obviously something they've been living with for some time and trying to get the town to address. And it's obviously a very sympathetic position that safety is always of everyone's concern. And there's always a concern with traffic and increased traffic from the development. And Mr. Stevenson spoke to the fact that the traffic actually from this development doesn't appear to trigger any demands that would require any upgrades. And in fact, if you review in his report, is actually not going to do anything that's going to exceed the potential capacity of the lane as it exists today. Unfortunately, a lot of the concerns that have been raised on appeal about Mallard Alley are really solely in the control of the town, and they are not in control of the SDAB on this development application. Obviously, it's our position that the only thing in control of the SDAB on this development application is whether or not a loading stall is required. And I'll further suggest to you that even if there were traffic concerns, it's not because of a lack of an on-site loading stall. That's not what the concern is with Mallard Alley, and that's not related to this development. The other aspect that was raised quite a lot is obviously the use and the visitor accommodation use. And it's been emphasized quite a lot that this is a permitted use by the council and it is a permitted use by the town. The board in this application, because it's not a discretionary use, does not have the authority to add conditions to address things like noise, to address things like hours of operation. That's not open to the board on appeal to be able to address. Now, obviously, if this was a discretionary use or if we were looking for variances, that would be something the board can consider, but that's not the case in this situation itself. Even if, although we don't agree, there is a misinterpretation of the bylaw that again does not open the board up to be able to put conditions on this development to address those issues. The only issue that does not strictly comply with the development standards of this bylaw is whether or not there's a loading stall on site. Now, that said, you have heard quite a lot about how the residents' concerns and the concerns with the last proposed development here have been addressed through the current application. And what we're going to suggest is that the development is entirely in line with what council has considered for this area, has considered for the redevelopment of the town, and is exactly what it's looking for within the land use bylaw provision itself. If this was a situation where variances were being requested, that's something that it started to be evidence that perhaps this wasn't what the town envisioned. It's either larger or it's more intense or there's more density, but that's not what's happening here. This is all fit within the height, within the FAR, within the parking, with everything that the bylaw entails and the bylaw requires, including the loading stall provision. And you have to remember that visitor accommodation itself includes things like giant hotel operations, including all the chain hotels, as well as a smaller short-term rental accommodation like this. It's reasonable to expect that a hotel operation, which has cleaners on site when guests are still there and utilizing the parking, that potentially has restaurants and those other amenities that were mentioned, would require an on-site loading space. And that's really what the bylaw is getting at, is that the development authority is able to consider the scale of development and the operation of the development in deciding whether there is a loading stall. And we're going to suggest to you that that's exactly why it's there. And this is, again, without the loading stall, compliant with what the town is intending for the town center. I'm not going to go into it in detail. I do think there are a number of items that there's perhaps some misunderstanding about how the legislation applies to this type of development, and also how the land use bylaw applies to this type of development. I do know that it's been emphasized a few times that the board is not bound by the subdivision and development regulations. We obviously agree with that, but I do note that under the Municipal Government Act, Section 687, you are required to comply with the land use bylaw. And so we look forward in your decision to a consideration of what we've presented and what's been proposed here. We are, as I've said at the beginning, hoping and expecting that your decision we'll discuss that issue of jurisdiction we raised at the beginning. But we appreciate that the board wanted to hear about the entire development to understand too what the actual issues are. I do want to make just one note and one point, perhaps not to assist the board with this application, but other ones. I do note that under the Municipal Government Act, Section 650, this is really what speaks to conditions of development approval. And it does speak to that issue that was raised about when a developer can be required to do upgrades to roads or to pedestrian connections. And what I note is that a development can be required to build road access when it's required for access for the development itself. And I'll suggest to you there's an aspect of proportionality here, but that it's not out of the question for future applications, particularly ones where there may be a higher traffic count. And that speaks to situations that were raised both in the written submissions and also in the submissions you heard from the appellants here, is that there may be a number of sites, and this was identified too, there's a vacant lot at the end of the street, and each application is considered in turn. This is one where we'll suggest that the traffic proposed from this development isn't sufficient to really warrant any particular upgrades or any particular changes. It's within what the lane can currently accommodate, and it's within the land use bylaw guidelines. That isn't to say something different might happen with a future development, but for this one itself, the developer, the owners, and the architect have worked very hard to accommodate the town's concerns, to accommodate those conflicting uses of the land use bylaw, and to accommodate a number of the concerns raised by the development to deal with that interface of residential and commercial. So subject to any further questions from the board, that would conclude my submissions for this application. And also I did mention that SDAB appeal decision from the Edmonton board. Please let me know if you'd like me to send that, or if you have sufficient information. Oh, Mr. Locke, I know you're muted.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you, Ms. McFarland. And Mr. Bell, do you have any further questions of Ms. McFarland or the gentleman in the room?
Just to expedite matters, if you could send the clerk that SDAB case from Edmonton, that would be helpful. Thank you.
I will do that.
Okay. Mr. Scott, any further questions of Ms. McFarland?
I think I'm unmuted now, am I?
Yep.
Yeah. Ms. McFarland, I'm going to put a scenario to you, and then you can help me out. Because some of the, it was put out by some of the appellants that probably is a rumor, but that as soon as the developers are finished building this particular complex, they will be selling the individual units to other people. And I guess my comment, if that is the case, then you have 20 different, or pardon me, 10 different Airbnbs, and I'm questioning how anyone can coordinate that to do any of the things that you said about a loading dock, using it, and just a whole number of different problems that would arise if that's the case. And knowing some of the properties in town where that is the case, where there's even a management firm looking after the complex, and then when all of a sudden there's half of the units are being rented out independent from the management firm, it becomes very, very difficult for anyone to regulate what's happening in the complex. Could you speak to that?
I can, yes. The first part is, and I'm sorry, maybe the Development Authority can help me as to which condition it is, but it is a requirement through the land use bylaw, and specifically it's 8.5 of the land use bylaw speaks to use specific requirements for visitor accommodation. Oh, sorry, can you hear me? Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the use specific requirements for visitor accommodation is that there is a central management and reservation system. It is a requirement of the use. If the development itself is approved and does not have that central management and reservation system coordinating the units, it no longer complies with the use and is non-compliant with its development permit. And that's something that the town has included as one of the proposed conditions of approval from the Development Authority to be put against this development. So not only is it a requirement of the land use bylaw, but in the event if that ever changed for some reason, if council amended it, it's a requirement of the development permit. And conditions of development permit don't just die with the person who gets the development permit, they actually run with title. So that'll be an obligation on any future owners of the property. Now, with respect to the discussion about this being sold as multiple units, I believe that's one of the considerations and actually plans for this property itself. But what I know for the board is that ownership of the units isn't a planning consideration that the board is to consider on an SDAB appeal. Now, that said, there's a bit of an overlap here where there is that requirement with the operations for that central management condition. But whether or not it's split into multiple units, the owners of the individual units in the future, if not one owner, are going to be bound by that requirement to have that central management system. And I'll suggest to you that the condominium, if that's what's proposed, is going to be subject to the condominium bylaws itself. Now, this project and the developer has actually proposed a condominium and drafted some condominium bylaws to address that. That'll include things like when that they can only use one, the site dedicated for their stalls. That's going to be part of the bylaws. There's other requirements, like you have to have a central management and reservation system. So there are ways to have overlap between the requirements of the use itself, as well as when you're starting to deal with different ownership structures. And that'll be part of a condominium application that'll have to be submitted and reviewed as well in the future, if that's the way this ultimately goes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. That concludes the board's questions, Ms. McFarland. I'm just wondering if there's anyone else online or otherwise wishing to speak in opposition to the appeal, as you have spoken, Ms. McFarland. Is there anyone else online wishing to speak in opposition to the appeal? I do note that we have received submissions, and I have a side note here on the sidebar that says the clerk will read into the minutes, any submissions received. So I'm not sure, Ms. Bates, whether or not we are to do that or not do that, other than we have them in the minute and in the application already.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't think it's necessary to read them in. We have them listed at page 87 of the agenda.
Right.
And the submissions appear at pages 88 through 91.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you. And then I would now ask if there are is there anyone else wishing to speak to this appeal, either in favor or not in favor, or even neutral? Is there anyone else wishing to make a presentation or discuss this further? Hearing none, I assume, and seeing none and no correspondence in the application in that regard, I'm assuming there will be no one else to speak to that. So we have an opportunity to take a short break if you like, or we can continue on to closing remarks where we would give administration and the appellant to make some closing remarks before we conclude the hearing. Would anyone prefer a short break, or should we proceed directly to the closing remarks? Sounds like nobody has a real desire for a break, so maybe I'll just go ahead then and ask administration if they have any closing remarks, comments, or clarifications.
We do, sorry, go ahead, Riley.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Yes, I was just going to introduce Ms. Ellick here firstly, and then I will follow up Ms. Ellick after she is complete.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. I wanted to speak to a few of the transportation concerns that have been raised this afternoon and provide some more information. The town's engineering department does have an established process for addressing traffic calming requests and concerns. When residents approach the town, as has occurred for Mallard Alley through several conversations in 2021, these locations are added to our request list for active transportation, safety, and accessibility improvements. Every year, this goes through a prioritization process based on capital funding that's available and is assessed based on safety, accessibility, and impact criteria. Although no new capital funding was received in the last capital budget cycles, projects are not removed from the list and remain there until funding becomes available to address them, or until there's a larger capital project in the area that can incorporate those improvements. Once projects have been prioritized, this design process then begins for each location to determine what infrastructure improvements may be used to address the concern. Assuming that there's adequate funding to address each of the locations on the list, that work is then tendered and then proceeds for construction each summer. Again, in a case where there's not funding available, the request remains on the list for a future capital budget cycle to be constructed in a future year. As was noted earlier in the afternoon, Mallard Alley has been added to this list and will be subject to the process that I've just outlined. I did also want to address a comment from one of the appellants that he's received no thoughtful response to his concerns to date. However, to my knowledge, the town hasn't received any correspondence from him outside of SDAB proceedings. That said, we have communicated the process I've just outlined to the individual who reached out to our department with this concern in 2021, and the request has been added to our list based on that input. At the time that there's resourcing and funding available to proceed with capital improvements, the town will reach out to the community prior to proceeding with any capital work. Lastly, I'd like to speak to section 4.1.5.9 of the land use bylaw, which indicates that no more than 4 parking stalls or 2 parking stalls in a loading bay shall have direct access to a lane from the rear of the development. I want to confirm that the proposed development meets this requirement of the land use bylaw, as only 1 stall takes direct access and the remainder are accessed from a drive aisle interior to the site, which allows for exiting front forward onto the adjacent street. With that, I'll pass it over to Mr. Weldon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellick. So yes, I just have a couple points to make. here. I don't want to spend too much time as there's been a lot of discussion. A lot of the points that I'm going to make have already been provided specifically by the applicant in response to some of the things that were raised. But I'd like to start with section 4.1.5.9. It was determined that the site design addressed the items identified in this section related to minimizing the impact to the abutting residential district. Taking a minute to review the site design and understand the impacts anticipated relative to the portion of the site that is facing Mallard Alley and the residential district itself. This is vehicles arriving and leaving the site, the impacts of the noise associated with this and the traffic generation, parking off of the rear lane, off of Mallard Alley, under the maximum allowed within this section as established within this specific section itself. Balconies, it was covered earlier, and that the anticipated impacts are again, as I mentioned earlier, inherent to the use itself, generated by the natural operations of the visitor accommodation activity or the use. No impact over and above this impact is anticipated. The development authority cannot assume, as mentioned earlier, persons or guests will not abide by the standards and the laws of the town of Canmore. So loud noises and parties is an assumption that has been made, and any disruption or loud noise, illegal parking and such, if they do occur, can be addressed through our bylaw services. There was also a reference made to the subdivision and development regulations, and that the SDAB is not bound by these regulations. One of the concerns is that this also implies that the use can be changed or modified. The subdivision development regulations is a separate set of regulations that are a part of the Municipal Government Act. And my understanding of the powers of the SDAB is that they do not have the ability to modify the use within a district, meaning that they cannot add to a district, a use to a district, nor determine that a use cannot be considered within a district itself. Moreover, it cannot be determined a permitted use cannot be considered, nor is appropriate for a site where it is listed within the district that already has that designation and is listed as a permitted use. This can only be determined or changed by council. And I would encourage the board to clarify this with their legal counsel if they have any questions regarding their powers and jurisdiction around this. Another point that was made regarding previous DP approvals and the precedent set by these approvals and these applications. So no precedent is established through an approval of a development permit. Each development permit is reviewed against the land use bylaw requirements. However, a precedent, if we're talking about precedent, has been established with regards to each listed permitted use. Each permitted use listed in the district, and in this case, the town center district, is considered suitable for development. And if an application is made for a permitted use and the application meets the requirements of the land use bylaw, the town must issue the development permit. And lastly, there was a point raised regarding if the developer constructs the development and should they sell the property or condominiumize the units, and this was just mentioned earlier, and with 10 different landowners, that this possibility could happen. However, the approval and the approval conditions remain in perpetuity with the property and does not change or are removed with the ownership. So the approval and the conditions remain in perpetuity with the property until that is changed through another development permit approval process. So that concludes my closing remarks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Weldon. Mr. Bell, any questions of Mr. Weldon or?
No questions, thank you.
No questions. Mr. Scott, any questions of the?
I have none. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Weldon. Thank you to the staff for their presentations. Then Mr. Schultz, you are registered as the appellant. Do you have any closing remarks, comments, or clarifications?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my first comment is, where do I start? Not wanting to extend this, we've taken enough of your time today, but there are some issues that I'd like to just touch on before we close. Is that the legal presentation opened up with a map of the area that we're regarding or considering. It was a map that was produced of the town of Canmore and its survey just around the time that the province was incorporated in 1905. And yes, 11th Street was indeed part of that original survey. However, suggesting that the town of Canmore would proceed with an alternative to create 11th Street to give the residents of Mallard Alley another egress is ludicrous, to say the least. On that map, the creek was identified as Swing Creek. In actuality, it's Policeman's Creek. And Policeman's Creek is regarded as being a federal navigable waterway. And that the town might make application to have a road built through there, which would go nowhere. As I said, is just completely ludicrous. And also, it's indicative of the fact that the proponent, represented by their legal firm, really has no clear understanding of what it is going on back here in Mallard Alley. The lawyer also brought up the issue of that the situation here in Mallard Alley with R2A facing commercial is not unique in the town of Canmore, and citing 7th Street, where 7th Street has full residences facing commercial. Well, again, that's and divided by a lane. Well, that's a little bit disingenuous, because I would invite the Development Appeal Board to review that area. It is the section of town that the lawyer is referring to has commercial to a step down zone to a high intensity residential development. And then 7th Street itself is a full roadway, 2 lanes, 2 parking lanes, where residential is facing on the south of it. So there's residential facing north and south. But it's the step down from the commercial side of Main Street, which would be the south side of Main Street, if I'm not mistaken, facing the north side of 7th, where it's a high intensity use that was actually put under direct control by the town of Canmore before it was built 2 years ago. The lawyer also raised the issue that town, in their consideration for land use, takes under account when establishing land use, that they ask and answer the question, is the use appropriate for this area? Well, one of the things that we've tried to impress upon the board during our presentations today is that we've acknowledged that visitor accommodation is a permitted use. We get that. But what the land use bylaw did not envision is a high intensity 10-unit, 27-bedroom complex immediately adjacent to an R2A residential neighborhood. It again is the impact of unintended consequences that we leave in the hands of the SDAB to consider through 4.1.5.9. I acknowledged in my presentation that the proponent did indeed call a community meeting on November 15th, which we appreciated, and the opportunity, and that they were, very cognizant of the operational concerns of this project as it related to parking, traffic, noise, and hours of operations. Well, maybe they considered it, but we don't see any resolve or resolution in the proposal as has been presented to us, and that which we based on our appeal. It's lip service to what we had discussed back in November. A little alarming that suddenly the proponent here, we've made room for air conditioning. Oh, but you don't have to worry about it being on the part of this application right now, because it'll be dealt with at the permit stage. How do we get involved? in this neighborhood. Certainly, we can't have any kind of mechanical hanging off the back of this building, but where are they going to put it? And it's proposed in here that it's going to be outside of this building, but we don't have any opportunity to inspect that or have input to that at this junction. It's just a point that it's causing concern. Trust us, everything will be okay. Just trust us. We're going to do the job for you. I want to touch on the lawyer's desire to provide evidence to the Development Appeal Board, and I'm probably going to step into the glue with this, but I have some misgivings with the board being presented with a document now that we won't have any opportunity to peruse, and that's this. The order that was provided by the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board in Edmonton. How is that pertinent to what we're doing here? The lawyer is sitting back and questioning the authority of the Town of Canmore Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. It's an injustice. It's shameful as far as I'm concerned, because I'm confident that the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board of the Town of Canmore has our best interests in mind and don't need to be lectured by a lawyer from Calgary. That really causes me concern. I'm not intimidated by it, and I certainly know that the Town of Canmore Subdivision and Development Appeal Board members will not be intimidated by it either. Just a note on the balconies. Balconies, by their sheer existence, invite people to sit back and congregate. And I don't care what the size and the dimension. We're going to have people sitting back and using that as a party location because of the nature of the short-term accommodation, and they're going to be out there at all hours of the day and night. And we, again, as was invoked again by planning, was, well, the neighborhood's recourse is bylaw. Not to take anything away from bylaw. They have an onerous job to do, but they close at 5:30 in the afternoon. And we have no recourse to the RCMP. As I said, that the RCMP regard responding to noise complaints to the same degree that they respond to, I lost my dog. This is just not going to be an option for this neighborhood. The traffic study, which I suggest is irrelevant and is of no statistical value because of the very short nature that it was conducted in, again took under account everybody's banging the drum that 10 stalls are what the land use bylaw requires. Absolutely, that's what it requires. But the reality is that there's going to be way more individuals, way more cars looking for parking stalls down here than what can be made available to the guests visiting this complex. And to suggest that, well, there's not going to be any material change to the traffic is intellectually weak. It just is. But the sheer confines of the land use bylaw certainly hamstrung the planning department. But we would contend that the safety that we receive as the neighborhood of Mallard Alley is secured by 4.1.5.9 to minimize the impacts of any development on a residential neighborhood. And as the developer and the lawyer brought this up, I will refer back to the decision that was made by the Development Appeal Board back in 2021. And I would invite the Development Appeal Board to review that. Because in turning down that application, which is identical to this one before us today, they cited 5 basic reasons. Parking for the proposed development is likely to be insufficient. Traffic on Mallard Alley will increase because sole vehicular access to the proposed development is only on Mallard Alley. Increased traffic on this narrow road that has no sidewalks is likely to cause safety concerns for the residents of Mallard Alley. Noise will likely increase in the neighborhood due to the 24-hour nature of the operation. These were all cited last year. They will all be evident again moving forward from this particular development. I thank you for this opportunity. I have, this has been a long process, and it's been a thoughtful process from certainly from our side, and that I trust that the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board will look at it in the light of the long-term impact of what this development will have on the residents of Mallow. Please uphold our appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Mr. Bell, any questions of Mr. Schultz?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Scott?
Thank you.
I have none of the thing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. That does then conclude our examination of your information. Just in concluding, do you feel that you've had an adequate and fair hearing?
Without a doubt, Mr. Chair. We were given the opportunity, not only myself, but all of the residents of Mallard Alley, and again, we thank you and appreciate the opportunity to do so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schultz. This hearing then is now concluded, and in accordance with the provincial legislation, the board is required to hand down its decision within 15 days of today's date, and no decision is binding until we do issue that written decision. So thank you very much for everyone that's been involved in providing their information to us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you again.
Mr. Chair and board.
So I think Ms. Bates, or I think we're back to you folks again, Ms. Agrios.
Yep, I'm just having some issues with my screen freezing at the moment.
Yeah, we just need to go back into our breakout room, I think.
Okay, that'd be fine.
Lauren?
The live feed is still on, by the way.